Chapter 1169. Bakeland, East End, 7, Pinster Street. After a busy day, Leonard finally had the chance to ask his question. "Old man, what's Sapphira Castle?" The slightly aged voice in his mind was silent for a few seconds before replying with a heh. "The place where you gather every Monday might very well be Sapphira Castle." Leonard didn't expect to hear such an answer at all. His mind went blank for a moment. He was surprised, shocked, and mixed with complicated emotions such as expected, there's no such background. After a while, he hurriedly asked in a low voice, "What kind of place is Sapphira Castle?" Pallas Zoroast seemed to sigh and laugh self-deprecatingly. "Actually, I'm not too sure myself. I've only heard some rumors. That's different from the creation myths, you know. Legend has it that the original creator left behind 9 different things. Some of them are countries, some are cities, some are rivers, some are seas, and some are keys. Sapphira Castle is one of them. It might not actually be a castle, but something else. You might know better than me what it looks like. The reason why I'm certain of its existence is because I sensed it when I became an angel, but I was unable to see it or establish a connection with it. My great-grandfather once mentioned a guess that the 9 items might be related to the spherote recorded on the second blasphemy slate. Unfortunately, due to various reasons, the content he saw was limited. He was unable to decipher the parts related to the spherote. Leonard calmed down a lot. He leaned back on the sofa and asked thoughtfully, "Old man, are you suspecting that Mr. Fool is the embodiment of spherote?" Based on what he had seen and heard on the tarot, and what Old Man Pallas occasionally told him, he already had a certain understanding of the deity ranks. Pallas Zoroast was silent for a long while before replying. "Maybe. There were almost no pedestrians on the streets of Bakeland at night when the curfew was strictly enforced. Occasionally, a carriage would pass by, and the passengers were all people of sufficient status. After Klein arrived at the agreed house, he was not in a hurry to enter. He half closed his eyes, raised his right hand, and grabbed at the air in front of him, pulling out another Sherlock Moriarty, who was wearing a black double-breasted coat, a half-top hat, and a gold-inlaid cane. This was him when he left the house. It was a historical void projection. Because Klein himself was right in front of him, the image was stiff, like a prop on a stage. Based on his previous experiments, Klein knew that this was the principle of uniqueness of time and consciousness in mysticism. In other words, at the same time, every person's essence was unique. If the main body could think, the projection wouldn't. It was the same when the deceased's historical void projections were summoned. Klein suspected that it was because his current level wasn't high enough. In short, other projections could only do more mechanical questions and instinctive combat. Even if a scholar of yore didn't know something, they wouldn't be able to give the corresponding answer even if they had personally experienced it. This confirmed one of Klein's guesses. The fragments that a scholar of yore could see in the fog of history were things that he had understood and studied in reality. To put it simply, the fog needed a scholar of yore to light it up bit by bit. Of course, Klein also suspected that if most of the historical fragments of the same event had been lit up, the rest might very well appear naturally. At the very least, the corresponding abilities won't be lost just because I don't understand it well enough. As long as there's a projection in the historical void, the state of that moment will be completely recorded. That's enough. Klein looked at the historical projection that could only act based on instinct. His body suddenly vanished and entered the grayish-white fog. Since a hound of Fulgrim, who wasn't a complete scholar of yore, could live in the historical void, there was no reason why a real scholar of yore couldn't. The only problem was that there was a time limit. In addition, if time dragged on, Klein's marionette in the real world would definitely die. However, this was only a form of accompanying a scholar of yore. As Klein's body entered the grayish-white fog's light spot, his consciousness suddenly came alive in the historical projection. Raising his hand to press down on his top hat, the Sherlock Moriarty Klein came outside the house. According to the agreement, he took out the master key, pressed it against the door, and gently turned it. His figure directly appeared in the room. Using the crimson moonlight, he quickly surveyed the area. The sofas, cupboards, high-backed chairs, coffee tables, and other furniture were clearly not young. They seemed to have come from 100 years ago, making them look rather old. In the dark environment, Sharon, who was wearing a Gothic regal dress and a small bonnet of the same color, suddenly appeared on a high-backed chair. "Good evening." The puppet lady nodded slightly and greeted him. If she didn't speak, she would be the most standard and exquisite puppet. At the same time, Merrick, who was wearing a white shirt and black vest, appeared on the sofa. "Sir, it's already winter. Won't you feel cold wearing this?" "All right, you're a dead person." "A dead person isn't afraid of the cold," Klein lampooned inwardly. He took off his hat and bowed at the pale blonde, blue-eyed, and pale-faced Sharon. "Good evening, Miss Sharon." He then turned his body halfway and said to Merrick, "Good evening." Klein's deepest impression of this former zombie, who was now a wraith, was that he was actually playing cards with the zombies he controlled. "Let's play cards together later." He sighed silently. The reason why he suddenly thought of playing cards was that when Klein was analyzing the combat style of a scholar of yore, he realized that if he were to encounter Zeratul, both parties would very likely play cards on the spot. "If you play Consul Roselle, I'll play Emperor Roselle. If you play Bernadette, I'll play Bonua. If you play half the fool, I'll deal with Amon." I never expected that a battle between seers would one day become a game of cards, a realistic and abnormally dangerous game of cards. Sigh, but Zeratul is a sequence 1 angel. He won't give me a chance to play cards at all. Furthermore, the success rate of me summoning those important figures in the historical void projection is rather low. Klein retracted his gaze and took the initiative to say to Sharon, "I need to do something recently. It's rather difficult and dangerous. One of the steps is to gather the blood of 22 Beyonders from different pathways. As for the Wraith pathway, the only people I can think of to help are you and Merrick. You should be good at curses and have the means to eliminate the connection between the blood and yourself. In fact, he could attempt to summon Admiral of Blood Senor on the spot and mix his blood into the ceramic jar. However, Klein didn't know if it would work, nor was he able to divine it. After all, this involved a high level that exceeded Sequence 1, and he lacked sufficient information. The only thing he could be sure of was that drawing the symbol wouldn't bring any danger to himself or the provider. As a scholar of yore could do too many things, Klein had even attempted to summon the former witch, Trissy. He easily subdued her and smeared her blood onto Roselle's travels. However, it was useless. After some thought, Klein believed that there was a logical contradiction in the timeline that prevented him from succeeding. The blood was provided by the past Trissy. The person who pulled people in Roselle's travels was definitely the past Trissy, which was equivalent to changing history. And history couldn't be changed, so the experiment failed. Sharon quietly listened to Sherlock Moriarty's request and said without any change in expression, "All right. All right. How much do you want?" Miss Sharon's reaction is just as I expected. Klein took out a thin glass tube. "This tube is enough." Sharon, who was wearing a Gothic regal dress, raised her right hand gently. The glass tube seemed to have a life of its own as it automatically left Klein's palm and flew over. Right on the heels of that, the doll-like lady's right hand landed on her left wrist. Her fingernails suddenly grew long and abnormally sharp. With just a gentle swipe, a wound appeared on her wrist. Bright red blood seeped out, but it didn't drip down. Instead, it floated up and entered the glass tube. When the tube was filled, Sharon's wound instantly healed, leaving no traces behind. As for the stopper, it suddenly jumped to the mouth of the tube, spun a few times, and closed automatically. During this process, Sharon, whose face wasn't as pale as before, didn't have any change in expression. It was as though she was suppressing all her feelings to the bottom of her heart. Looking at the tube of blood in her hand, Sharon reached out her left palm and touched it, slowly sliding it down from top to bottom. This was removing the connection between the blood and her body. After doing all of this, the tube of blood leaped up and flew back into Klein's hand. "Is there anything else you need help with?" Sharon sat on a high-backed chair and said calmly. "Not at the moment, thank you." Klein shook his head and snapped his fingers, igniting a scarlet flame in his palm. The flame rapidly rose up and enveloped the glass tube. When the scarlet dissipated, the tube of blood was gone. This was a new change of flaming jump. It allowed him to transfer items on him to his marionette or body. Apart from this, all of Klein's Beyonder powers from before had corresponding enhancements and changes. Having familiarized himself with his powers, he looked at Sharon again and casually asked, "How's the digestion of your puppet potion?" "How's the digestion of your puppet potion?" When he first met Miss Sharon, he felt that she was like a puppet. He believed that regardless of whether it was her nature or her abstinence, it was a form of acting in advance. It would definitely be of great help to the digestion of the puppet potion. "Not bad," Sharon replied calmly. "I should be able to digest it in 1 or 2 years. It's been 1 to 2 years. Indeed, no matter how fast it is, it's still counted in years. Only I haven't even been here for half a year. This isn't something to be proud of. It's been arranged clearly. Of course, if I count the time I've been hung above the door of light, it's counted in thousands of years. Miracle Invoker. If I can escape this fate, perhaps I can be considered to have created a miracle." Klein sighed inwardly and nodded gently. "What are your plans for the near future?" Sharon said, "I hope I can restore Teacher's body." Merrick, who was sitting on the sofa, immediately added, "But didn't you say that the leader of the secret order, Zeratul, is in Bakeland and has close ties with Rose School?" "Yes." Klein smiled and said, "Wait patiently. There will always be a chance." This was actually a form of relief. Even though he had become a scholar of yore and could find many helpers, he currently didn't have any thoughts of dealing with Zeratul. A complete sequence one was definitely unimaginably terrifying. Furthermore, the further he walked down the path of a seer, the more Klein realized how terrifying and difficult it was to kill Zeratul. After stopping George III from becoming a god, Klein planned on leaving Bakeland to give himself more time to grow. P.S. Seeking recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday, Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1170. Sonia C. Pasu Island, Abyss of Storm Cathedral. This was the headquarters of the Church of the Storm's headquarters, a holy temple within a holy temple. It was a place blessed by the deities. Here, azure, silver, green, golden, and other colors outlined the murals. Although they looked rough, they gave off a sacred and dignified feeling. Coupled with the dome that was over 100 meters high, people could feel their own insignificance just by standing here, and they could not help but lower their heads. Alger Wilson had already passed the ritual and truly became a Sequence 5 ocean songster. At this moment, he was here with the same batch of ascenders, waiting to listen to Pope Jared II's teachings. Indeed, it's easy to lose control by overdosing on potions. I've already digested all the potions in the past, but I still nearly couldn't take it. After I leave Pasu Island, I'll borrow the unshadowed crucifix from Sun and eliminate the excess characteristic. This can be exchanged for money, and I can also secretly nurture some Beyonders who are loyal to me. With the reflection of the blue stone tiles on the ground, Alger saw that the color of his hair had turned darker and thicker. At this moment, the sound of a thunderous musical instrument sounded, exploding in the hearts of every Beyonder, spreading immense fear. Pope Jared II walked out with his scepter in hand. He ascended the steps and faced the crowd, speaking in a deep voice that reverberated in the air. He said in a deep voice, "Congratulations, everyone. You are one step closer to the Lord." He wore a trident embedded with sapphires, emeralds, and other gems. He wore a dark blue robe that was nearly black. On it there were patterns of lightning, storms, and oceans embroidered with gold and silver threads. His aura was deep and dignified, as though a huge storm was about to strike. This grounded angel, the spokesperson of the Lord of Storms, was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s, but everyone knew that Jared too had been in charge of the Council of Cardinals for nearly 100 years. As a blessed of a deity, this level of longevity wasn't strange in the eyes of his believers. There was nothing to be afraid of. It was a very normal thing. Upon hearing the Pope's congratulations, Alger didn't have any thoughts. He clenched his right fist and struck his left chest like the other ocean songsters. He shouted, "Holy Lord of Storms!" For the next 15 minutes, they quietly listened to Guard 2's sermon. After going through this process, Alger received his mission from a high-ranking deacon: head to Sonia Island and lie in ambush in the surrounding waters. He was to find an opportunity to attack the harbor, the supply fleet, and the Faceac merchant ships. Bakeland, Empress Borough, inside the Hall family's luxurious villa. Audrey had just put on a blue cloak and was about to go to the Rouen Charity Bursary Foundation on Phelps Street with Susie, her maid Annie, and the others when she saw her father, Earl Hall, coming in from the main entrance. "Dad, good morning. You didn't come home last night?" Audrey was a little puzzled and looked up and down a few times. "You can tell." Earl Hall touched his beautiful mustache and asked with a smile. Seeing that her father was in a good mood, Audrey smiled and said, "There's a strong smell of cigarettes on your coat. This means that you haven't taken it off for a long time, and it's an outfit for going out." Apart from this point, there were many other details that could lead to the same conclusion, but Audrey deliberately didn't mention them. As Earl Hall took off his coat and handed it to his valet, he chuckled and said, "Not bad. You're very observant. From the looks of it, being busy at the Charity Bursary Foundation has greatly improved you." "I was at the Prime Minister's residence last night, waiting for news." Upon saying that, Earl Hall sighed and said, "The front lines of Winter County and Mid-Seashire have once again repelled the Faceac attacks. The front lines of Winter County and Mid-Seashire have once again repelled the Faceac attack. With the arrival of the harsh winter, we finally have a chance to catch our breath." Audrey blinked and appropriately expressed her surprise. Earl Hall immediately smiled. "I understand what you're puzzled about. What the newspapers say is what we want the people to know. The situation at the Amantha Mountain Range's defense line and the major cities along Mid-Seashire's coast isn't as good as you think. In the first round of attacks, our fleets and soldiers suffered tremendous losses. In order not to cause panic, we announced that each side had its own victories and losses, and allowed the various shipyards and munitions factories to work frantically. During this period of time, the two lines of defense were nearly breached several times. Many key areas were lost and recaptured. It's said that they've become humanity's meat grinders. Fortunately, we finally persevered. This winter will be the turning point of this war. Actually, I know. The number of dead, missing, and injured might have been concealed, but it also explains a lot of problems. Besides, winter isn't necessarily a good thing. Faceac's weather warlocks are very good at making use of such situations. Audrey's heart sank as she hurriedly controlled her emotions and smiled. "That's great. I hope peace can be restored as soon as possible." Earl Hall was taken aback for a moment before he said, "His Majesty plans on giving a speech to the people of the country on Saturday." His Majesty plans on giving a speech to the people of the country on Saturday, telling them that we will definitely win. When the time comes, we will organize people in the various cities and villages to gather in the square and use the latest technology to let everyone hear it. The latest technology. Let the people gather in the various squares to listen to the king's speech. Audrey suddenly thought of Mr. World's reminder and decided to inform him of this matter. Organizing a large number of people to the square to listen to the speech. This is the corresponding sacrifice, right? George III is about to hold the Black Emperor ritual? Klein, who had received the latest news from Miss Justice, returned to the real world. His expression clearly turned solemn. He paced back and forth in his rented apartment and didn't delay any further. He took out a pen and paper and quickly wrote, "I've already gathered the blood of Beyonders from 20 pathways. I'm only short of assassin and criminal. George III will be holding a speech to most of the people this Saturday. You should know what this might mean. In addition, I need a ritual to speak to Mr. Dorr." After folding the letter and getting Rionette Tinker to send it out, Klein slowly exhaled. He couldn't help but have all sorts of thoughts race through his mind. The demoness blood shouldn't be a problem. Trissy seems very determined to destroy George III plans. Queen Mystic can reveal some news that I have a way to enter the secret mausoleum. Although her main goal is to revive the Emperor and isn't willing to directly become enemies with George III, if George III succeeds, the Emperor might not be able to return. The Devil's Blood can only wait for the City of Silver's chief to return. The hunting team he led set off for more than 10 days. They should be returning soon. In theory, there's still time. No problem. If that doesn't work, I'll try 2 backup plans. One is to use the Blather's aura to replace the blood, and the other is to summon the devils I've previously encountered from the historical void and extract their blood in a room that didn't look special in the Bakeland Bridge area. Trissy, whose black hair was glistening, reached out and took out a letter from the mirror. When she opened it, her brows gradually furrowed, making her look especially lovable. Is it finally coming? Trissy's expression changed a few times. She seemed hesitant, resistant, timid, and confused. Finally, she smiled and muttered with a slightly distorted expression, "I've killed so many people and caused so many tragedies. I've killed so many people and caused so many tragedies. Even if I die this time, I've already earned back my capital." After a few seconds of silence, Trissy took out a glass test tube from a hidden pocket in her black dress. It wasn't filled with her blood, but the blood of another demoness. Her original name was Sherman, but she later called herself Shermaine. As a qualified and experienced demoness, Trissy had found an opportunity to take some of Shermaine's blood when she was nurturing her, using it as a basis for her curse. This might not be useful most of the time, but it could effectively prevent any accident. After Shermaine died, Trissy didn't throw away the tube of blood. This was because the demonesses needed this material quite a lot, just like now. In a residence in the City of Silver. As soon as the frequency of the lightning increased, Derek got out of bed, lit the fire, and quickly roasted mushroom bread. This bread was more exquisite than the black-faced grass bread. It was even sweeter and more delicious. He liked it very much, and he looked forward to his 3 meals every day like never before. The only problem was that the production of mushrooms that could be used to make bread wasn't high. Limited by the number of monster corpses, every resident could only receive it once a week, which was enough for 4 to 5 meals. After thousands of years of hard work, the area around the City of Silver was relatively safe, with fewer monsters. Derek had heard that in order to hunt monsters and nurture mushrooms, some people had deliberately placed themselves in the darkness, hoping to become bait. Then, he was eaten. Obtaining those mushrooms made everyone feel a certain sense of optimism. That's not good. Derek recalled the chief's wistful sentiments before he set off. He shook his head and picked up a jar he had picked up from the ruins of another city and poured out white milk. Frankly speaking, he didn't like such things, but Miss Justice's description of how milk could help humans grow taller and stronger moved him. As a resident of the City of Silver, Derek knew that since he hadn't chosen the giant pathway, the possibility of him growing taller in the future wouldn't be too great. However, he secretly hoped that he could reduce the gap between him and his friends, and the milk had allowed him to see a glimmer of hope. Gulp, gulp. Derek drank his portion of milk for the day with a serious expression. Just as he was about to take the mushroom bread, he suddenly sensed something and looked out the window. A person grew out of the shadows outside the door and said, Derek, the chief asked me to give you this bottle of blood. The chief asked me to give you this bottle of blood. The chief is back? Derek stood up abruptly. All right, thank you. Just as he said that, he saw the shadow in the crack of the door come to life, surging forward and pushing out a small metal bottle. Derek knew very well that it contained the devil's blood that Mr. World wanted. P.S. Seeking monthly recommendation votes on Monday. Chapter 1171. After removing the cover of the paper angel, Klein poured the bottle of devil blood into the ceramic jar and stirred it with a thin glass rod that he had produced for a while. Phew, I've finally gathered everything. Finally, he stared at it for a few seconds and sighed. This way, he had enough time to make additional preparations before George III held the ritual. As for whether the assassin and devil blood had the time to eliminate the connection with the original owner, Klein didn't care because he had confirmed that the original owner of the two sets of blood was dead. He had divined the origins of the assassin's blood to figure out if it belonged to Demonis Trissi. If it did, he would consider if he should leave some behind and smear it on the surface of Roselle's travels. The outcome disappointed him, but it didn't surprise him at all. He had long realized that Trissi was as cautious as he was. Demonesses also have the instigator sequence. It also requires quite a bit of intelligence. The instigator and conspirer potions should have the effect of increasing intelligence. Otherwise, Donna's future would be worrying. As Klein thought, he threw the ceramic jar in front of him into the junk pile. He then returned to the real world and browsed through the detailed ritual provided by Demonis Trissi. This was a ritual that could help Klein speak to Mr. Dorr during the full moon. A total of 9 gems. Isn't this too extravagant? As he read, Klein muttered in passing. As a tycoon who had donated quite a bit of money, he still had nearly £30,000 in cash, £14,000 in notes, £15,000 worth of gold bars, 35 gold coins, and some change. It wasn't that he couldn't afford to buy gems, but he felt that it was too wasteful. After thinking for about 10 seconds, Klein decided to try and see if he could use the historical void images as a replacement. After all, he had no intention of pleasing Mr. Dorr. After the ritual ended and the gems disappeared, Mr. Dorr wouldn't be able to do anything to him. If it doesn't work, I'll consider buying it from a jewelry store. Klein stood up and set up the ritual in the room outside the rental apartment. After finishing the other preparations, he stretched out his right hand and slowly and heavily grabbed at the air in front of him. He grabbed a simple brass key out of thin air. This was the key item to summon Mr. Dorr, the master key. Then, Klein made a grabbing motion in front of him and pulled out an item from the void. This object exuded a tranquil radiance and was in the shape of a full moon. There were many scarlet gems embedded around it, and in the middle was a symbol representing the moon and many mysterious patterns. Scarlet lunar corona. The scarlet lunar corona that currently belonged to Sharon. It could create the effect of a full moon, allowing the person holding the master key to hear Mr. Dorr's ravings. If Klein only wanted to hear what Mr. Dorr was shouting, this was enough. There was no need to hold any more rituals, but his goal was to speak to the King of Angels, so he still had to follow the procedure. After placing the master key and scarlet lunar corona on the altar at the same time, Klein thought for a moment and reached out his right hand again, grabbing at the air in front of him. This time, he took out a gorgeous necklace decorated with diamonds and emerald. The experience of having the identity of Don Dantes is still very useful. Otherwise, how could I have come into contact with so many women of high society, dance with them, and see accessories of different styles and materials? And without such a close observation, how can I easily summon the corresponding historical void projection? This can last for 15 minutes. That's enough. Klein, who had easily achieved his goal, sighed inwardly in satisfaction. Then, he continued his efforts and continued to stretch out his right hand, preparing to gather the 9 gems he needed from the ladies and madams he knew in the past. In the next second, His hand paused in midair as his expression turned odd. I forgot that I can only maintain 3 projections from the historical void. What should I do? Should I replace this necklace and find an accessory with at least 9 gems? Let me think if I've seen anything similar. Yes, I can use dream divination to recall this. Is dream divination used at times like this? Seer and scholar of yore are quite compatible. This is also an extreme form of magic. Amidst his thoughts, Klein was just about to find a chair to sit down and begin his divination when he suddenly frowned. He discovered something amiss. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to forget that he could only summon 3 historical void projections at the same time. Is this a subtle spiritual warning? Klein looked at the master key and scarlet lunar corona on the altar. With a gentle wave of his right hand, he made them disappear. Then, he took 4 steps counterclockwise and chanted the honorific name. He arrived above the gray fog and sat in the seat belonging to the fool. Conjuring a pen and paper, Klein deliberated and wrote, "It's dangerous to speak to Mr. Dorr at the moment." This divination would clearly point at Mr. Dorr, causing Klein to suffer a certain counterattack. However, having gained initial control of Sapphira Castle and being able to use the power of an angel, Klein believed that he could withstand it. After all, Mr. Dorr was in a sealed and exiled state. Removing the spirit pendulum from his left wrist, Klein held it with his left hand and let it hang over the words, nearly touching the surface of the paper. He then closed his eyes and recited the divination statement 7 times with a highly tense mind. Silently, a shadow suddenly flashed across Klein's heart. It seemed to completely obscure his spiritual perception. He hurriedly opened his eyes and saw that the topaz pendant had shattered into powder. After I gained initial control of Sapphira Castle, certain divination techniques have become more concealed. It won't cause any accidents? Yes, is it related to my own safety? Or is it because the gap between me and Mr. Dorr has narrowed to a certain extent? Of course, it's referring to Mr. Dorr in his sealed state. Or could it be a combination of the two? Now, this result indicates that speaking to Mr. Dorr now will result in unbearable danger. Why is this happening? Klein frowned. He was unable to make an effective guess or come up with a reasonable explanation. After a while, he leaned back against the back of the high-backed chair and shook his head with a sigh. He gave up on his original plan. I can only make more preparations in other aspects. Klein pressed his left hand down, and the topaz pendant instantly returned to normal. After all, it was only a projection of the main body above the gray fog. Due to the changes in the divination, Klein made some connections. It was that spying on the cluster of distorted and transparent maggots on the main peak of the Hornacis mountain range might not be as dangerous as before. There's a high chance that it's a sequence 1 angel of the Antigonus family. It might even be the half-fool that Leonard mentioned to me. If my spying can last a little longer, the possibility of directly deciphering the sequence 2 miracle invoker or sequence 1 attendant of mysteries potion formula won't be low. Yes, there's only one chance. Who knows what changes will happen to that completely crazy monster? When I'm completely accustomed to the scholar of your potion, I can give it a try. Klein rubbed his temples as his figure suddenly disappeared above the gray fog. After returning to the real world, he wasn't in a hurry to clean up the altar. Instead, he sat on a chair and seriously considered what other unconventional preparations he could make. The so-called conventional preparations were meeting Queen Mystic and discussing the details of the cooperation, giving more gifts to Will Ausepton, Rionette Tynker, and Pallas Zoroast, praying to the Evernight goddess to increase the chances of summoning the ascetic Ariana's historical projection, familiarizing himself with the core powers of a scholar of yore. As for unconventional preparations, it depended purely on Klein's imagination. After thinking for a while, Klein's expression turned heavy. He frowned slightly as he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air. This time, he didn't drag anything out. Klein grabbed another 10 times, but the summoning ended in failure. This made him have no choice but to helplessly accept a fact. It was impossible to succeed just by relying on himself. He then took out his wallet and took out a paper crane. On its surface, he wrote with a pencil, "Give me some luck, and I'll bring you ice cream from the Srenzo restaurant." After folding the paper crane again, Klein entered the room inside and lay on the bed, recovering his spirituality by sleeping. In his hazy dream, he saw thin, short, silver snakes. They formed a response. 5. No problem. Klein smiled and made a promise. The next moment, he woke up. Sitting up, Klein reached out his right hand again and grabbed 10 times. All of them failed. It won't work even if I have enough luck. It's too difficult. Klein subconsciously wanted to tap the edge of the bed with his fingers, but he instantly restrained himself. This was because this action was a habit he had developed above the gray fog. It wasn't suitable for him to bring it to the real world. After pacing back and forth for a long time, seriously considering all kinds of connections, Klein finally left the bedroom. He brought an item back to the real world at the altar that had yet to be cleaned up. It was an ancient book bound in parchment with a dark brown cover. Gurozel's Travels. Picking up the book, Klein took a deep breath and half closed his eyes, as though he was sensing something. Slowly, he reached out his right hand and grabbed it very slightly. Failure. He grabbed it again. Another failure. After 5 consecutive failures, Klein's movements became slower, as though he was taking out a piece of charcoal from a red-hot stove. Suddenly, his arm muscles tensed as he pulled back with extreme caution. He slowly retracted his right hand, dragging out a rather dim, ancient-looking quill bit by bit. It came from the Resurrection Square in Kukawa City, in the northern state of the southern continent's West Balam. It came from beside in Zangwill's corpse. This was 0-08 before Amon's brother picked it up. P.S. Recommending a book, Players Over Justice. It's a new book by the author of Quicksilver Blood, Bukki 10 Strings. The power system and dungeons are very interesting. Chapter 1172. It can only last for about a minute. Isn't that too short? A thought flashed through Klein's mind. Without considering anything else, he took 2 steps and arrived in front of the desk. He put down Rozel's Travels, held 0-08, and quickly wrote on a piece of paper, "George III plans on using this speech to bait out all the enemies who want to destroy his ritual. But if everything goes smoothly and nothing unexpected happens, he will also take the opportunity to consume the potion and reveal his trump card to attempt the advancement to the level of a deity. After all, there are too many unknowns in the future, and it's similarly not safe. Besides, his present preparations are sufficiently perfect and appropriate. This is a very reasonable development." After finishing the last sentence, before Klein could seriously check if there were any mistakes in the content, the slightly dim quill in his hand silently vanished, as though it had never existed. And the contents of those few short sentences seemed to drain Klein of all his energy, making him feel a little dizzy. He had no choice but to take a few steps back and sit down on a chair. "That doesn't make sense. I didn't see how exhausted and strenuous Zangwill was back then. It should be because I forcefully summoned it and didn't dare to let 0-08 weave its own story. When writing, I had to rely on my own spirituality to support me. As for Zangwill, he could obtain 0-08's cooperation, so the expenditure wouldn't be that great." Klein closed his eyes and cogitated for a while before he finally recovered. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to summon this Grade 0 sealed artifact without any actual contact with 0-08 and having only met it once. However, on the one hand, he had the Snake of Fate personally augmenting him with luck. On the other hand, he had Grozel's Travels. This was an item left behind by the Dragon of Imagination Anquel. Inside it hid the City of Miracles, Liveseed. It had a deep connection with 0-08. If not for the interference of certain high-level existences, the two items would have long met. Klein didn't know if the connection between fate and characteristics could increase the chances of a successful summoning. He only thought that he wouldn't lose anything by giving it a try, and he really succeeded. And it was precisely because of this that he didn't dare use Rozelle's travels to carry the contents written by 0-08's projection. He didn't even dare let them approach, afraid that an unavoidable accident would happen. This was Bakeland, a city with a high population density. Yes, logically speaking, there shouldn't be any accident. After all, 0-08 is an image from the historical void. It's fake. Rozelle's travels was conjured by the dragon of imagination, so it's also fake. A fake with a fake doesn't make it real. It lacks the material foundation of a beyonder characteristic. I can experiment on an uninhabited reef island later. Klein rubbed his temples, stood up, and returned to his desk to examine the text he had just written. He didn't directly write that George III advancement had failed and that he had perished on the spot because he believed that when it came to interfering with a sequence 1 angel, it was impossible to do it so directly with the projection of 0-08. He had to be more tactful. Furthermore, there was the psychological alchemy Anemon's brother on the other side. If the influence was too obvious, it would definitely be detected and easily used. Klein could only take a roundabout approach to reduce the number of unknowns. I hope it's useful. After staring at it for a while, Klein folded the piece of paper and stuffed it into his pocket. Then, he sacrificed Rozelle's travels to the world above the gray fog. After doing all of this, Klein began to consider another problem. It was when he should go out to buy ice cream for Will Ossepton. Bakeland has Zeratul, and it's very likely that there's Amon. If I go out too often, I might bump into him. It's a little dangerous. Why don't I summon ice cream from the historical void for Will? It'll be very real when I eat it, and it'll disappear after 15 minutes. I don't have to worry about getting fat at all. It's just too wonderful. Klein couldn't help but mutter inwardly. In the end, he decided to change his clothes and head out because he had to keep his promises. On Saturday morning, the sky was gray and misty, making people feel depressed for no reason. This was a common scene in Bakeland in the middle of winter. Although it was not as thick and pungent as last year, the geographical environment and climate determined that such a situation would inevitably exist for a long time. Moreover, the control of air pollution could not be declared a success in a year or two. Melissa draped a knee-length black coat over her long dress and put on a black gauze hat before walking quickly to the door. Benson held his top hat and shook his head when he saw this. A girl who's not even 20 years old should dress like a girl who's not even 20 years old. That's too mature and old-fashioned, understand? So old-fashioned. Melissa glanced at her brother and gave a simple reply. Another quarter penny a pound of bread. This price. Benson sighed. He then took out the silver pocket watch covered in vine patterns, opened it, and glanced at it. Let's go. There's still a long way to go to the municipal square. Melissa tersely acknowledged and walked out with her brother to the street. Good morning, Mrs. Daniel. After taking a few steps forward, Benson saw a neighbor walk out and greeted her with a smile. He was good at socializing and had long established a good relationship with the neighbors around him. The lady who was addressed as Mrs. Daniel was dressed in a pure black dress. She was in her 40s and had a thin face. Her face was covered by a black gauze that hung down from her hat. Good morning, both of you. She didn't make any small talk and walked away coldly. Benson looked at her back and deliberately slowed down his footstep. Only when there was some distance between them did he turn his head to ask his sister. What happened to Mrs. Daniel? I've been too busy recently. I haven't visited the neighbors in a long time. Melissa pursed her lips. Mrs. Daniel's eldest son, Larry, has been confirmed to have been killed at the front lines in the Amantha Mountains. That was yesterday's news. That tall, shy, but attentive, kind, and sincere lad? When he came back the last time, He said that he was promoted in the army and became a lieutenant. Benson asked in surprise. Melissa nodded. I can't imagine Larry dying just like that either. Just like how she couldn't imagine a classmate she knew in school dying tragically in front of her. In just a few short seconds, some people could no longer speak, communicate, or study. Benson fell silent for a moment before sighing. I've been busy recently. Actually, I've been dealing with the pension issue. Perhaps the list I received didn't include Larry, so I'm not sure. Some were cheerful and passionate, some were humorous and witty, some were the only son of their parents, some had a determined personality and were the leaders of the soldiers around them, some had just gotten married and didn't have children, some were preparing a gift for their youngest daughter, and some had a love letter on them, planning to send it to the post office after the battle. All of them are dead. Melissa and Benson fell silent at the same time. Neither of them spoke for a long time. When they were about to reach the intersection, Melissa looked at the road ahead and said softly, "What do you think His Majesty will be speaking about today? Perhaps it's to mobilize, or perhaps it's to convey the conviction of victory," Benson replied casually. Melissa turned her head to glance at her brother. "This isn't like you, Benson. Shouldn't you be mocking him?" Mocking should be done after listening to the speech and figuring out the specific content. The most basic principle of being a person is not to comment on things you don't know well enough. Otherwise, you're worse than a curly-haired baboon, Benson said with a smile. At that moment, he saw another neighbor. The person had white hair and used a scarf to cover half his face. He wore a thick jacket and held a cloth bag in his hand as he hurriedly walked past the siblings. Mr. Thomas is dressed so strangely. Is he doing something else in passing? Benson looked at the person's back and asked in puzzlement. Melissa replied in a very soft voice, "Mrs. Thomas is sick and has spent quite a bit of the family's savings. Mrs. Thomas is ill and has spent a good deal of the family's savings, and the price of food has gone up a great deal lately, and Mr. Thomas's income has not changed much, and he has to queue up at the almshouse every few days for some bread. He is a respectable gentleman, and probably does not wish to be recognized. Also, the food at the relief shop is always limited. It's very likely that there won't be any left if he's too late. He has to apply for extra food from the church or the workhouse. The relief shop starts today after His Majesty's speech. Mr. Thomas probably wants to head there directly." Benson nodded slowly and asked in concern, "What's wrong with Mrs. Thomas?" "I know a few good doctors. An illness caused by worry." Melissa recounted the news she heard. "Mrs. Thomas is very worried about her youngest son who's serving in the army." "Are you talking about Thomas Jr.?" Benson frowned slightly. After getting his sister's confirmation, he fell silent, as if he was thinking about something. After a while, when they approached the nearest municipal square, Benson looked ahead and said in a low voice, "Thomas Jr. is dead." Melissa didn't respond. She seemed to be in a daze for a moment. Once again, they silently walked forward, as if relying on inertia. More and more people appeared in front of them. These people were either wearing formal suits, holding canes, dressed like gentlemen, or wearing blue, green, yellow, or red skirts. Some wore sweaters, jackets, and trousers, while others wore dark, low-toned dresses. They came out of their houses and came from the streets they were on. Like splashes of water, they merged together at the intersection and formed a stream. The stream surged forward, and many streams converged, interweaving into a majestic torrent at the entrance of the square. The torrent surged forward slowly, drowning the square. Placed in the sea of people, Melissa felt that she was as insignificant as a drop of water. Chapter 1173. As they had arrived early, Melissa and Benson were able to choose a pretty good spot. They could see a strange object on the grayish-white stone pillar in the middle of the square. One end was different, and it was painted with dark blue paint. It was connected to some kind of cable. Beneath the object was a group of soldiers in red shirts and white trousers. They carried grayish-white metal backpacks and held complicated rifles with large calibers. they warily watched their surroundings. With the influx of citizens one after another, the square was filled with people and became more and more lively. At 9 o'clock sharp, the strange object on the stone pillar suddenly emitted a rustling sound. Finally, it turned into a deep voice. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your emperor, the ruler of Rouen, East Balham, and the Rorstad Archipelago, George Augustus III. That thing can speak? Is it based on the principles of a telegraph?" Melissa's eyes widened as her attention instantly shifted from the speech to the strange object. "Ladies and gentlemen, I'm your emperor, the ruler of Rouen, East Balham, and the Rorstad Archipelago, George Augustus III. In West Borough's Memorial Square, Audrey accompanied her father, mother, and brother as they stood near the platform. They looked at the king in his ceremonial robes and listened to his speech. As she knew in advance which direction George III would focus on today and what kind of atmosphere he would create, Audrey didn't wear her favorite clothes. Be it the color or style, they were all girlish. Instead, she wore a simple and conservative dress like Countess Caitlin. The color was pure black, and she didn't wear any accessories. "I'm very happy to tell everyone that we've finally stopped the first phase of the Phasacians' attack. We've thwarted their plan to wipe out Rouen in 3 months. However, too many outstanding young people have died on the front lines in this war. They should have had a better future. They should have accompanied their parents as they aged, matured with their spouses, and allowed their children to grow up in a loving environment and have a beautiful childhood. The Phasacians have destroyed all of this." Audrey, who knew why the war was started, was not incited by the king's speech. She just felt that he must have a talent for drama. She could hear small sobs coming from the crowd around her. She could feel the sorrowful emotions emerging bit by bit, converging and brewing. This caused her eyes to redden uncontrollably. The king's speech was fake, but the people's grief was real enough, especially since Audrey had met many relatives of the fallen and helped those who lost their children, husbands, and fathers overnight. This is the great resonance of emotions. This is the best occasion to consume the manipulator potion. Audrey suddenly came to a realization, but she couldn't use it. This was because not only had she not digested the Dreamwalker potion, but she also hadn't accumulated enough contribution points from Mr. World. She took a slow breath and controlled the fluctuations of her emotions. She looked away from King George III and let her thoughts wander uncontrollably. "Mr. World is very concerned about today's speech. I wonder how he will make use of this matter. I hope there won't be too many accidents. That thing called broadcasting is based on radio principles? Mr. World mentioned that there are already factions out at sea that are using this technology. Compared to the storm-prone ocean, land is clearly more suitable for such products." Just as Audrey was lost in her thoughts, George III, who had a mustache and was solemn and old-fashioned, had finished the first paragraph of his description. He solemnly said, "Let us observe a moment of silence for our heroes. Ladies and gentlemen, repeat after me in your hearts. In the name of Emperor George III, may the souls of the dead obtain peace. May they become eternal in the kingdom of the deity they believe in." This sentence carried an indescribable sense of majesty. It made everyone, including Audrey, involuntarily lower their heads and clasp their hands as they silently chanted, "In the name of Emperor George III. In the name of Emperor George III." On the other side of Memorial Square, Klein, who was wearing a black coat and had an ordinary face, prayed at the same time with the people around him. He appeared completely normal. During the 3 minutes of silence, he used an avian marionette that was standing on the roof of a nearby building to carefully observe George III's every move. He tried to find any signs that the king was about to leave quietly, enter the mausoleum, and consume the potion. According to Klein's understanding, "In the name of Emperor George III" was the core of the entire Black Emperor ritual. If he were to consume the potion, it would definitely be at this moment, or within 2 to 3 minutes of the end of the silence. If it was delayed any further, the effects wouldn't be too good. George III is also observing a moment of silence. He didn't do anything else. Klein held back his impatience and puzzlement as he waited patiently. The moment of silence that made many people cry gradually came to an end. Everyone opened their eyes one after another. At this moment, George III still didn't do anything. He spoke again and began his speech. We have already passed the most difficult moment. We will definitely defeat evil and brutality. This is the power of justice. This is the power of every soldier on the front lines. This is the power of every worker in the factory. This 0-08's arrangements didn't succeed. George III has no intention of becoming a god today. It's purely to bait the enemy who wants to destroy the ritual. After all, he can give many similar speeches in the future? Klein frowned slightly as thoughts flashed through his mind. Suddenly, his expression turned solemn as he thought of a possibility. In the blink of an eye, Klein switched places with Inuni, who was hiding in the sewers. The latter was dressed the same as him, and he looked the same. Just from the outside, there was no difference. Right on the heels of that, Klein took 4 steps counterclockwise and went above the gray fog. With the crimson star representing Miss Justice, he used his true vision to observe the situation in the square. He was already a sequence 3, so he didn't need to use the sea god's scepter to expand his range. Of course, compared to a scholar of yore, the Sea King's true vision was clearly larger, but there was no need for it this time. Just as Klein cast his gaze towards the platform where King George III was giving his speech, his gaze froze. This was because there was no one there, or rather, there was only a fake illusion. It was the imagined George III giving his speech. Before Klein began his speech, he had been wary of such problems. He had specially observed and confirmed that it was the real George III. To his surprise, in just a few minutes, without him noticing, the real George III had become the imagined George III. During the moment of silence, he had used the powers of the Black Emperor pathway to distort, silently swapping himself with a substitute. This means that George III should have already entered a secret mausoleum and was consuming the potion in an attempt to advance. With a thought, Klein hurriedly observed the situation in the surrounding area. He discovered that there was an abnormal and extremely majestic dark power secretly growing beneath the podium. Klein then picked up the Black Emperor card on the surface of the long bronze table and sensed it. Using the law of Beyonder characteristics convergence, he confirmed that the power belonged to the Black Emperor pathway and came from distortion. How impressive! While using a speech to bait the enemy, he used a fake person to disguise himself and silently left to consume the potion. It's almost too late. Klein tensed up and immediately returned to the real world. In the sewers, he chanted in Jotun, "Holy Spirit that pursues knowledge, mysterious world's lighthouse, eyes that pry into fate, king above the sea, Holy Bernadette Gustave." This was the honorific name of Queen Mystic, but it was somewhat different from a normal sequence 3. Her range was extremely large, and it could even be effective in Bakeland. With regards to this, Klein suspected that this eldest daughter of Roselle the Great had used a Grade 0 sealed artifact to achieve this effect. Bernadette rarely told others this honorific name, afraid that enemies would use prayers and automatic responses to lock onto her location before she reached Sequence 2. This matched Klein's thoughts very well. Klein had made an agreement with her that as long as he recited this honorific name, she would randomly choose a secret mausoleum and use the blood he gave her to draw a symbol to open the door and attempt to destroy it. He and Bernadette didn't have extravagant hopes of succeeding. This was because with the other party having angels, the guards inside the mausoleum would definitely recite the honorific names of those angels every once in a while, allowing them to use the prayer light to remotely observe the corresponding area. Once they discovered anything amiss, they would immediately rush over to help. Bernadette's main purpose was to attract attention. Of course, if the angels descended slowly, Queen Mystic could also go from a support role to a main attacker. After doing this, Klein immediately reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air. As he pulled back his arm, a figure appeared in front of him. It was a lady with ordinary facial features and dark eyes. She wore a simple robe and a tree bark belt. Her long black hair hung down, and she was barefoot without any shoes or socks. The matron of the Evernight cloister, leader of the ascetics, servant of concealment, grounded angel, Ariana. I succeeded on my first try. Klein jumped in fright, but he didn't have the time to think too much about it. He hurriedly said, "Conceal my existence and protect the citizens of Bakeland." He was worried that George III would rush out of the mausoleum and endanger the people in the city after the ritual was destroyed. "All right," Ariana replied with a calm expression. She wasn't stiff at all. "It can't be a real person, right? Actually, my summoning didn't succeed. It's just that the goddess had long gotten Ariana to secretly return to Bakeland. The moment she sensed that she was summoned, she came over. An angel of concealment also has a certain level of confidence in her image in the historical void." As these thoughts flashed through Klein's mind, he realized that he had entered a strange state, a state where he was no longer sensed by the outside world. Chapter 1174. Without the time to think about such trivial matters, Klein, whose existence had been concealed, immediately got Inuni to switch places with the new marionette specially made by the pirates. Right on the heels of that, he activated Creeping Hunger and teleported to the vicinity of the secret mausoleum in Awa County with his marionette, Inuni, and Konas. As he could only maintain 3 projections from the historical void at the same time, it was impossible for Klein to abandon his marionette and directly come over. He could only summon a projection as a replacement, which would occupy a crucial spot. As for the remaining marionettes in Memorial Square, they wouldn't die on the spot within half an hour. They would only appear to be in a daze, but when listening to the speech, such a state wouldn't attract much attention. After that, if Klein didn't return, the Church of Evernight's Red Gloves team would come to deal with him. At the same time, outside the secret mausoleum in East Chester County, Bernadette, who was wearing a girlish yellow cake dress and a black bonnet, appeared while being surrounded by pea vines that grew out of thin air. Her chestnut hair was naturally draped over her shoulders. Her eyebrows were long and straight, and her eyes seemed to contain a blue sea. Looking at the mountain wall in front of her, Queen Mystic extended her right hand and quickly outlined a symbol in the void. As her fingertips moved, drops of bright red blood that resembled fine gemstones seeped out and froze in midair. Soon, a complicated symbol formed from layers of doors appeared. They trembled slightly, resonating with an unknown location. In the blink of an eye, the blood-colored symbol expanded into an illusory translucent door. Through it, one could vaguely see a huge mausoleum made of black rock. Bernadette immediately took a step forward and passed through the illusory door, arriving in a dark and deep area. The light here came from the stone pillars on both sides of the path and the strange underground moss that grew on the cliff. Together, they illuminated the secret mausoleum that was hidden in the fog at the bottom. The symbol provided by Mr. Dorr was really useful. At this moment, as a certain ritual was being carried out deep underground, specks of dark light gathered and condensed into a human figure in the dark sky. The figure had a squarish face, black hair, blue eyes, a high nose bridge, a thick beard, and a solemn expression. His appearance and image weren't unfamiliar to many Rouen citizens because it was printed on the front of the 10-pound banknote. Of course, people who had never received a 10-pound banknote in their lives could also see his statue or portrait in places like Memorial Square. He was the founder, protector, and first king of Rouen, William Augustus I. It was him. He used the ritual to descend directly from Bakeland. Bernadette's expression didn't change. With a flip of her palm, an item appeared. The item was golden in color and looked like a shrunken kettle with a wick sticking out of its mouth. As Bernadette's right hand stroked the surface of the item that was covered in mysterious and complicated symbols, the wick silently lit up. The light it emitted was like a viscous stream of water. It sprayed upwards and formed a blurry and distorted light golden figure. Eternal Genie, my second wish is to obtain the power of Knowledge Emperor for a day. Seizing the opportunity before William Augustus I completely descended, Bernadette spoke solemnly in Jotun. The item in her hand was called the magic wishing lamp. It might have originated from the first epoch. Although it had never been obtained by the 7 churches, it had the corresponding grade 0 sealed artifact number 0-05. This item could grant the holder any 10 wishes, but it was either done in a distorted form, or it would come with unpredictable and extremely terrifying consequences. None of its former owners had a good ending, including Roselle Gustave. This emperor had warned his daughter that she could think of ways to use words and preparations to avoid the harm brought about by the first 2 wishes, but she absolutely couldn't make the 3rd wish. Absolutely not. Awa County, near the secret mausoleum. Klein, who had arrived in a concealed state, didn't alarm anyone. Although time was tight, he didn't recklessly approach the mausoleum and draw the symbol to open the door. Instead, he reached out his right hand and grabbed at the air in front of him. After 5 consecutive grabs, Klein's arm muscles suddenly tightened, as though he was pulling something extremely heavy. As he retracted his right hand, a figure quickly outlined itself. The figure's skin was bronze in color, and he was of medium build. He had black hair and brown eyes. His facial features were soft, and there was a very thin mole below his right ear. He was none other than Aztec Eggers. However, unlike the Mr. Aztec that Klein knew, this figure's eyes were indifferent. He wore a dark black robe embroidered with golden threads, and he wore a golden bird-shaped crown. It was as though he was looking down on all living beings. This was the former Death Consul, a Sequence 2 angel. Klein didn't size him up any further as he reached out and grabbed at the void again. This time, it looked like he wasn't holding anything back, but in fact, he had already summoned his past self from more than 10 seconds ago, his concealed self. Then, Klein threw a metal bottle to his projection and allowed his true body to enter the historical void in the gray fog. In his past body, his consciousness suddenly came alive and became extremely agile. In this concealed state, Klein brought Death Consul Aztec's projection to the secret mausoleum that had no entrance. He took out the metal bottle and used his spirituality to guide the blood that shimmered with a gem-like luster. In midair, he quickly outlined the symbol that Mr. Dorr had given him. The symbol quickly took form and resonated with a certain point in the mausoleum, expanding into an illusory door. In his concealed state, Klein and Death Consul Aztec passed through the door and entered the corresponding secret mausoleum. At this moment, the guards inside had long discovered the intruders and activated the ritual that they had prepared ahead of time. However, all they could see was the lofty Death Consul. Somewhere in Bakeland, the former Duke of Southville, Dlink Augustus, was about to use the passage opened by the ritual to descend into the secret mausoleum when a man beside him suddenly frowned and said, "This is Aztec Eggers. This is Aztec Eggers. No, he is very stiff, like a historical projection summoned by the secret order's scholar of yore. You stay here and guard against the scholar of your hiding in the shadows. Although they aren't angels, they're troublesome enough." Dlink Augustus was a slightly arrogant old man. His black hair was mixed with many strands of silver, and he didn't have a beard on his face. Upon hearing that, he laughed and said, "Isn't that scholar of yours beside us? Although he's in a concealed state, I've already discovered him through the imbalance in the surrounding area. He's misleading us, making us think that he's deliberately summoned a historical projection to attack this place while his true body has gone elsewhere. In fact, he's hiding beside Aztec's projection. Once this Death Consul attracts our attention and we place our main forces elsewhere, he'll use his concealed state to approach the mausoleum and destroy it. Besides, regardless of the reason, since he's summoned an angel projection, even if you carry a Grade 0 sealed artifact, you won't be able to finish off the target in a short period of time. If this affects the mausoleum, all our efforts and persistence will be in vain. If that scholar of yours did a triple misdirection and really went to another mausoleum, it's impossible for him to summon another angel from the historical void. You can eliminate him rather easily. As he said the first sentence, Dlink Augustus had already entered the passage opened by the ritual. The remaining content was said by his illusory figure. In the secret mausoleum in Alwa County, the indifferent and cold Aztec Eggers scanned his surroundings. His body suddenly expanded, transforming into a giant snake that covered the sky above the mausoleum. This giant snake was both illusory and real, as though it was formed from something incomprehensible to humans. His entire body was covered in dark green and black scales. White feathers grew out from the gaps, and every feather and scale had strange symbols of different shape. Just looking at them would cause one's flesh and blood to rot, turning them into a zombie. This was the feathered serpent god from the southern continent's myths and legends. His eye sockets burned with pale white flames, and a pair of exaggerated and thick wings spread out from his back. Amidst the howling wind, the feathered serpent that was coiled in midair stretched its upper body forward and spat out pale white flames that could cover the entire mausoleum. Mr. Aztec's historical void projection is definitely much weaker than the original, but it still has such might. As expected of the Son of Death, the consul of the Balam Empire. Although the concealed Klein had done summoning experiments at sea, he never expected Aztec's projection to be so powerful. At this moment, a slightly dark light flew out from the mausoleum, preventing the pale white flames that surged like a tidal wave from advancing any further. Following that, they formed a figure. It was none other than the Sequence 2 balancer, Dlink Augustus. Upon seeing him, the concealed Klein suddenly turned stiff and stiff. He could only act based on his instincts. This was because Klein's true body had returned from the historical void and was outside the secret mausoleum. Then, Klein directly teleported to a secret mausoleum in the lower reaches of the Tussock River. He took out another metal bottle and used his spirituality to guide the blood inside to fly out in a concealed state, outlining the symbol. In a few seconds, the symbol resonated and transformed into a door. Klein walked in with his marionettes, Konas and Inuni. Of course, in the river and forest outside, he still had the marionettes he had just transformed into hiding. In the outskirts of Bakeland, near ruin number 1, a figure dispelled her invisibility and appeared. Her black hair was lustrous, and her face was slightly round. She looked beautiful with a hint of sweetness, and her bearing was extremely outstanding. She was none other than Demonis Trissy. After Trissy approached ruin number 1, she also took out a metal bottle and used the blood inside to draw the symbol provided by Mr. Door. An illusory door quickly took shape. Chapter 1175. At the same time that she passed through the illusory door, Trissy silently hid her figure and jumped down from the cliff at the entrance, falling into the dark valley that she couldn't see the bottom of. The secret mausoleum that originated from Blood Emperor Tudor was hidden there. During the process of falling, Trissy's body was as light as a feather. She had lost most of her weight, but her speed wasn't slow at all. There weren't many guards left here, and none of them noticed that she had infiltrated. Just as Trissy was about to approach her target, a voice suddenly sounded in her ear. "Concealment is prohibited here." Trissy's figure immediately appeared irresistibly, and above the towering mausoleum at the bottom of the dark valley, a man had appeared at some point in time. The man had a rectangular face, and he wore a white wig. By the side of his mouth, there were 2 curving whiskers. His eyebrows were extremely thick, and his eyes were relatively large. He was wearing a formal attire and a cloak. His shoes were extremely long, and his attire was out of touch with the times. He was none other than the demigod who supported George III, Prince Grove. On the head of this sequence 3 Chaos Hunter was a crown weaved from thorns. Pure light constantly gathered inside the crown, interweaving into a sealed artifact 036 downstream of the Tussock River. Klein had just passed through the illusory door with his marionettes, Konas and Inuni, when a scene suddenly surfaced in his mind. A black cathedral stood in front of him, and the spacious door was open, revealing a man in overalls, a gentleman in a top hat, a lady with flounces on her sleeves, and a lady with flowers formed from lace on her skirt. They were all suspended in midair, motionless. Ah! 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 Black ravens circled the top of the cathedral, letting out heart-palpitating cries. Without any other guesses, Klein felt as though he had fallen into a crack in a frozen lake. His body turned cold as his hair stood on end. Countless thoughts surged in his mind as they shouted out a name, Zeratul. In an instant, Klein instinctively made a decision. He planned on switching places with his marionette in the outside world and directly leave the cathedral in front of him. Clearly, he had encountered a miracle. After passing through the illusory door, he failed to enter the secret mausoleum of George III. Instead, he arrived at a baffling place. In the next second, he realized that the spirit-body threads that connected him to the marionette outside had been severed. They quickly floated upwards and floated towards the pitch-black cathedral. If not for his intuition that exceeded his own level, allowing him to sense the danger ahead of time, he definitely wouldn't have been able to react in time. He would have been hung up and become one of the marionette. Without any time to think, Klein quickly controlled his spirit-body threads and retracted them, connecting them to himself, forming one circle after another. This allowed him to temporarily escape danger, but it also made him lose his marionettes, Konas and Inuni, in just a second. The 2 marionettes' necks suddenly tightened as they were lifted up by an invisible hand and hung inside the steepled cathedral. Together with the original corpses, they swayed with the wind and let out voices with different voices but the same words. Welcome back. On Memorial Square, the imagined King George III was still giving his speech. I will lower the property requirement for the right to vote again. I will transfer more rights to the House of Commons. Although the citizens didn't understand why the speech had such a development, they felt that it sounded pretty good. These are all bills that have been passed by the House of Lords. There's no need to tell the citizens during a speech. The king seems to be emphasizing that he will definitely follow this plan in the future. Audrey was puzzled, but she couldn't find an explanation that could convince herself. In ruin number 1 on the outskirts of Bakeland, in the dark and majestic secret mausoleum, the real George III had already worn the black crown and consumed the potion. His body was changing in the direction of the shadow of order, expanding and extending in a magical state. And the 9 mausoleums were islands in the sea of nothingness, a part of the entire rule. And the Emperor George III, that the citizens were chanting at the same time during the ritual, was countless, densely packed lighthouses. Together, they anchored this ruler of Rouen, East Balam, and the Rorstad archipelago, preventing him from completely breaking away from reality and becoming a part of the shadow of order. During this process, George III's thoughts couldn't help but wander, as though they had been torn apart. The secret order's Zeratul actually contacted me directly, hoping to provide help. He said that he had glimpsed some of German Sparrow's thoughts from the Capum case, the attack on the ailment maiden, the silencing of Crazy Captain, and the disappearance of Konas Kilgore. And the results of his divination made him cooperate with me and help me guard a mausoleum, waiting for German Sparrow to walk to him, because of his own goals and the law of beyonder characteristic convergence. He also said that the most important thing to deal with a qualified demigod of the seer pathway is patience and determination. What a charlatan! He also brought Abomination Sua. I used my powers to sign a contract with them, together with the helpers I hired from the Twilight Hermit Order, as well as Grove, who wields a Grade 0 sealed artifact. Even if most of the demigods from the military and the royal family are fighting at the front lines or protecting Bakeland, I don't have to worry about the ritual being destroyed, unless a true deity descends into the real world, and that's impossible. Therefore, I, who originally wanted to use this opportunity to fish out objectors, finally decided to take this opportunity to advance directly. Heh. Grove still doesn't know of these hidden trump cards. He doesn't have the right to know either. In less than 2 minutes, I'll become an eternal deity, the Black Emperor who rules over the real world. In the dark world that reverberated with the cawing of the crows, the corpses hanging in the black steepled cathedral fell at the same time, passing through the main door. Their gazes locked onto Klein, who was outside. Almost at the same time, a figure slowly but firmly outlined itself in midair. Klein couldn't be bothered to see what it was. As he maintained the special state of his spirit-body threads, he quickly snapped his fingers. A ball of crimson flame gushed out from his wallet and instantly enveloped him. The flames quickly extinguished, but Klein remained in his original spot, unable to jump out. He didn't show any signs of depression as he immediately activated creeping hunger and attempted to teleport. Klein instantly turned transparent before appearing again, unable to take a step out. His starting point and ending point seemed to be connected in a strange manner. At this moment, the figure in midair had already taken form. He was dressed in rather gorgeous clothes, and he had slightly curly chestnut-colored hair. He had blue eyes, a high nose bridge, and thin lips. He was none other than Roselle Gustav from the Emperor's era. He looked down at Klein as countless illusory symbols appeared in his eyes. Klein's mind instantly swelled up as he was injected with a large amount of knowledge that he didn't know was useful. At that instant, he felt like his head was about to explode. His other thoughts were completely occupied, so much so that he couldn't even move a finger. Instinctively, Klein split the knowledge into hundreds of worms of spirit. This allowed him to regain the ability to command his body as he quickly grabbed forward with his right hand. His arm suddenly sank before he suddenly pulled back. As the marionettes passed through the cathedral's door and launched their attacks, 2 other figures appeared in midair, dragging out a silver-white, scaleless tail. As Klein released his right hand, a gigantic snake appeared in the Dark Kingdom. His eyes were bright red and cold, and his body was covered in countless wheels formed from patterns and symbols with different details. Snake of Fate. This wasn't actually summoned by Klein from the historical void. Instead, it was the power of Will Ossepton's burning of the paper cranes after he used the yesterday once more charm. Klein had first used Flaming Jump to seek help from the Snake of Fate, and the reason why he had grabbed it was to disguise himself. He didn't want the hostile angel to detect the location of the Snake of Fate, causing Dr. Allen's family to fall into danger. This wasn't like dealing with Amon's avatar back then. Klein didn't have the confidence to eliminate the clues, so he had discussed with Will ahead of time how to deal with such a situation. Fortunately, Will Ossepton's thoughts indicated that the essence of the summoning hadn't been discovered. At that moment, the gigantic snake of Mercury curled up, opened its mouth, and bit down on his tail, turning into a mysterious and exaggerated wheel. And in midair, 2 figures appeared on both sides of Roselle's projection. One of them was William Augustus I, who was engaged in an intense battle with Queen Mystic Bernadette. He was a sequence 1 hand of order, and the other was formed from pure light. He had a pair of radiant wings on his back, and he clearly had the level of an angel. Suddenly, the 2 angel projections that had just appeared quickly vanished. The marionettes that had attacked and controlled Klein retreated into the cathedral and hung up again. Konas and Anuni walked out one after another, accompanying Klein as they retreated through the illusory door. They left the world that was filled with the cawing of crows and appeared downstream of the Tussock River. Snake of Fate Reboot. The scaleless serpent's figure vanished as Klein didn't hesitate to activate teleport. He shuttled through countless spirit world creatures and arrived outside another secret mausoleum. He used his remaining blood to draw a symbol and opened the illusory door. This time, he entered and saw the solemn and dark mausoleum. Hence, he summoned the sea god's scepter and released terrifying lightning storm again and again to strike down his target. Then, Klein turned around and left the scene. Everything went so smoothly, like a beautiful dream. Yes, a beautiful dream. The moment Klein, who could always remain lucid in dreams, entered the ruins where the secret mausoleum was, he realized that he was already in a real dream woven by someone else. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1176. Klein pretended not to notice that he was in a real dream. As he stopped maintaining the projection on the Death Console side, he attempted to summon another me from the historical void to deceive the Tudor Ruins Guardian, allowing his true body to escape the dream and sneak into the secret mausoleum to complete the destruction. At present, he could only maintain 3 historical void projections. Death Console Aztec Eggers was one, and his concealed self was another. As for the ascetic leader, Ariana, he couldn't be sure if it was one. To be safe, before Klein summoned it again, he could only disperse one of them. As for Ariana's state, apart from suspecting that her true body had descended, Klein had another guess. It was that after the matron of the Evernight Cloister sensed that her past projection had been summoned in the Amantha mountain range, she had deliberately entered a concealed state and disappeared from the real world, allowing the projection to gain consciousness. This was completely feasible, especially when authorities in the domain of concealment had a certain level of confidence in their historical void projections. And for such an angel of concealment, Klein was unable to confirm her true situation through the feedback of the historical projection maintained by a scholar of yore. All he could do was not make any changes to prevent any accidents. Just as Klein was about to summon his past self, the real dream he was in silently vanished. Everything around him returned to normal. He was on the cliff at the entrance, and below him was a dark and majestic mausoleum. An ordinary-looking elder floated in midair. Under the faint light emitted by the underground moss and the illumination from the stone pillars inside the cliff, he calmly looked at Klein and sighed in ancient face-act. "You actually weren't fooled by the dream I weaved." This elder's hair was completely white, but it was thick enough. There weren't many wrinkles on his face, and he didn't look special. A Sequence 3 Dreamweaver of the Spectator Pathway? No, it's at least an angel. Klein tensed up and didn't respond. He immediately took out the Silver Adventurer's harmonica and blew into it. There was no sound, but beside Klein, Rionette Tinker, who was wearing a dark and complicated dress, walked out. One of the blonde, red-eyed heads he was holding immediately spat out a rectangular diamond-like charm, while the other head chanted in ancient Hermes, "That's right. Yesterday reappeared." This Miss Messenger wanted to borrow strength from her past self, and compared to a Sequence 1 Snake of Fate, his borrowed power could last longer. However, the talisman did not change at all. Floating in the air, the old man in a grayish-white robe chuckled and kindly reminded, "Don't use ancient Hermes in front of me." Hermes. This is the Hermes who survived the Second Epoch and created the ancient Hermes language? An angel of the Spectator Pathway. The source of psychological alchemy. Klein was first alarmed before he realized a problem. Hermes's desire to participate in the battle wasn't too high. No, perhaps she is deliberately putting on a show to numb us. Beyonders of the Spectator Pathway are best at playing with people's hearts. Just as this thought flashed through Klein's mind, Rionette Tinker's other 2 heads began chanting in Jotun and Elvish respectively. Yesterday. The rectangular diamond-like charm was instantly ignited by a transparent flame as it fused into the void. Rionette Tinker's body began to rapidly expand as the 4 heads in her hand flew up and landed on her neck. These 4 heads turned illusory and stacked together. In an instant, Rionette Tinker turned into a gigantic doll that resembled a castle. She wore a black Gothic dress with countless mysterious symbols and sinister vines wrapped around her. Her eyes were as red as blood. Her gaze swept across Hermes from ancient times. Her tightly shut mouth opened, but she didn't make a sound. The angel of the spectator pathway flashed with a faint light as she turned into a white and plump rabbit. Ancient bane, transformation curse. The rabbit didn't panic at all. Her body began to expand, becoming the size of half a mountain. She could trample Klein to death with 1 foot. To an angel of the spectator pathway, I'll be strong if I believe I'm strong enough. I won't be restricted by my external image. And as the rabbit turned into a monster, there was a subtle change in the ruins. Reality and illusion intertwined, making Rionette Tinker unable to tell which part was a dream and which part was reality. Klein could tell and noticed that not only was Miss Messenger in her mythical creature state, but the rabbit's body was also covered in grayish-white scales. All sorts of patterns interweaved to form 3-dimensional symbols that seemed to connect to the mind. Angels are truly terrifying. To use a complete mythical creature form right from the start. As Klein sighed, he didn't even dare take another look. Prying into knowledge was firstly because time didn't allow it, and secondly, his level wasn't high enough. Seeing a complete mythical creature form would definitely affect him and result in a certain negative state. This was something he had to avoid in a dangerous battlefield. Taking advantage of Miss Messenger's battle with the dragonized rabbit, Klein used the strong winds to descend towards the secret mausoleum. As he silently chanted an honorific name in Jotun, he reached out to grab at the air. The first attempt was a failure. The second attempt was a failure. The third attempt was still a failure. Just as Klein's mind island had 1 fat white rabbit after another appear, forcing him to raise his consciousness and resist. Just as he was unable to think about anything else, he instinctively extended his right hand forward and finally touched a certain image in the historical void. As he pulled back his arm, the image quickly outlined itself. She was a woman wearing a dark-colored robe and a wide hood. She had a beautiful face and slightly glazed black eyes. This was the Church of Evernight's concealment angel that Klein had once encountered. Later, he learned in the foggy town that this was the nation of the Evernights' mother of the sky, the daughter of the ancient god, Phlegria. He also suspected that she had become a vessel for the goddess's descent. Since the ascetic leader, Ariana's historical void projection could be successfully summoned in 1 try, Klein definitely wanted to try to summon her. He had been chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess all this while. Scholars of yore had an insurmountable limitation when using the historical void projections. It was that they were unable to summon objects that involved a uniqueness. However, for a vessel of a deity's descent, it depended on how much power the corresponding historical void projection contained, and if it involved a uniqueness. Similarly, if he wanted to summon Amon, he couldn't summon his actual body, but his avatar could. To be safe, Klein summoned the one who had smiled at him during the Great Smog of Bakeland. In the end, he succeeded after 3 tries. Of course, Klein believed that if it wasn't for the goddess's tacit approval and even some help, he wouldn't have succeeded even if he tried 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times. The beautiful lady didn't look at the scholar of yore who had summoned her. Instead, she turned her head and looked at the secret mausoleum below. The entire underground ruin suddenly trembled. The dark and majestic mausoleum began to shake as ripples appeared, as though it was about to be moved into the hidden world. At this moment 2 arms reached in from the outside world. One of them pressed down on the gigantic doll, Rionette Tinker, while the other spread out its fingers and grabbed at Klein. These 2 arms were more than 10 meters long. Their surfaces were pitch black and flowing with sticky liquid. There were strange protrusions on them. They either had skeletal heads, 3-dimensional eyes, or barbed tongues. Abomination, Sua. The few remaining guards in the underground ruin went crazy. They either raised their swords to slash at their companions, or raised their guns, aimed at themselves, and pulled the trigger. Klein's skin began to crack as his consciousness was disturbed by a crazy feeling. He was unable to respond effectively. The concealment angel he had summoned followed its instincts and retracted its gaze. It looked up at the two arms that seemed to come from the depths of a nightmare. The immense fear made Abomination Sua's arm tremble slightly. Not only did he fail to grab Klein, but Rionette Tinker also took the opportunity to curse it, causing it to grow short green fur. Right on the heels of that, they began to fade as they struggled in an attempt to escape their concealed state. And at this moment, 3 figures appeared in midair above the underground ruin. They were Roselle the Great, the first king of Rouen, William Augustus I, and the abstract angel formed from pure light. The historical void projection summoned by Zeratul chased after them. With so many angels descending at the same time, just the influence of their auras caused the entire space to tremble, much less the intense battle that they were engaged in. For a moment, the dark mausoleum shook even more intensely, and inconspicuous cracks even appeared on its surface. Klein wasn't surprised at all because this was his final plan. When the enemy was too strong and had sufficient preparations, making it impossible to create an opportunity to destroy the mausoleum, he could lure everyone together and create chaos. This was the inspiration Klein had received from his encounter outside Byam. Back then, Abomination Sua and Artificial Death's byproduct had attacked from afar. Sea King Kotman, Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker, and a demigod from the Rose School of Thought had participated. The outcome was the collapse of an innocent mountain. At this moment, Klein wanted the secret mausoleum in the ruin to be like the mountain. He didn't believe that the angels could control themselves from destroying the surrounding environment when the battle reached an intense stage, and the lineup this time far exceeded that of the past. It's still not enough. Then I'll make it a little more chaotic. As Klein controlled his spirit-body threads to prevent them from floating upwards, he dodged and sensed the mysterious space above the gray fog. With his basic grasp, he made it tremble slightly. In midair, a grayish-white fog appeared as a majestic palace appeared. Sapphira Castle. In an instant, the sky above the Holy Wind Cathedral in Bakelin darkened, as though a storm was brewing. A bird with dark circles under its eyes that was looking down the tussock river changed the direction of its gaze. In ruin number 1 on the outskirts of Bakelin, Demoness Trissy had been stripped of several of her abilities. She was severely injured and could die at any moment. With a bang, she slammed into the cliff wall, almost embedding herself into it. Her body was covered in blood. At this moment she took out an item. It was a rectangular diamond-shaped charm. Yesterday once more. Chapter 1177. In high-level battles, there were very few opportunities to use charms. No one would take the initiative to give their opponent the time to pull out a charm or chant an incantation. The reason why Trissy was able to complete the corresponding actions was because she was burning with evil black flames from the inside out. The black flames seemed to absorb all the heat in the surrounding area, causing thick ice crystals to form. Outside the ice crystals, almost invisible spider silk wrapped around her, forming a huge cocoon. With these 3 layers of defense, Trissy managed to buy a second or 2. Hence, she took out a rectangular diamond-like charm and chanted, "Don't worry about it." Yesterday, a transparent flame ignited in the evil black flames, and the diamond-like charm silently disintegrated, fusing into the void. This was something Klein had specially provided to this demoness, so that the destruction from 3 directions could be turned into the main point of attack. Trissy immediately saw the grayish-white fog, and she discovered that the scenes of the past were like stars, densely packed there. There was him who wandered the streets as a child, being controlled by gangs, being swindled, kidnapped, and stolen. There was him who joined the Theosophy Order and became an assassin. There was him who enjoyed the end, enjoyed the bloody slaughter, and enjoyed people being instigated to tear off their masks to reveal their beastly nature. There was her who had no choice but to become a witch due to various reasons. There was her who began to spread disaster. There was her who was arranged by the demonist sect to become Prince Edisac's mistress. There was her who was becoming less and less like herself, gradually becoming addicted to pleasure. There was her who was in extreme panic and yearned to escape, but ended up falling deeper into hell. There was her who endured endless pain and chose extremes. With a thought, Trissy magnified the scene, filling her entire field of vision. In the spot of light, the lawn outside the window was like a carpet. Horses were walking slowly, and golf holes could be vaguely seen. Inside the house, a museum cabinet filled with antiques blocked the view from the door. In the past, Trissy was standing at the edge, looking outside. She wore a sapphire ring on her left hand. Back then, she wasn't even a sequence 5, so she didn't have the power she needed to borrow. However, she had a ring from the demonist sect, one that had a close relationship with the primordial demonist. Trissy wanted to borrow that ring. Suddenly, a unique ring with a sapphire embedded in it appeared on Trissy's pinky finger. And unlike in the past, the present Trissy had already fused with the mark and submitted to the primordial demoness. She had become a sequence 4 demigod who had undergone a great transformation. In other words, although she wasn't a sturdy vessel for a deity's descent, she already had the qualifications to do so. The sapphire ring allowed her to temporarily take the initiative. Looking at the scene from the past, Trissy raised her left hand, closed her eyes, and pressed the sapphire ring to her glabella with a smile as the cocoon formed from the spider's silk shattered inch by inch. The thick ice crystals melted silently, and the evil black flames corroded her. The ring melted like metal and flowed into Trissy's head in a half-real, half-illusory manner. At this moment, the layer of evil black flames had been completely taken away by Prince Grove, and a scorching white spear of light was thrown over. At the front of the spear, there were 2 pure white wings spread out, surrounding the tip of the spear like an angel. It sealed off the surrounding space, making it impossible for the target to escape. At that moment, Trissy opened her eyes. They were deep black. Her hairs stood up one by one, all of them as thick as snakes. Their outer layers were slippery and sinister, and at the top of them were embedded black and white eyes, or they grew a venomous snake-like head. Their mouths were slightly open as they flicked their tongues. The spear condensed from pure light stopped in front of Trissy, as though it was being held down by an invisible hand, preventing it from moving forward an inch. It was quickly dyed with a grayish-white color, turning from illusory to corporeal, as though it was carved from stone. With a whoosh, the spear rapidly plummeted and hit the edge of the cliff, shattering into countless pieces. Around Trissy, the grayish-white color rapidly spread out in all directions as though it had a life of its own. Wherever it passed, the rocks would harden, and everything else would turn into stone. The various rituals that had been set up in Ruin No. 1 were also dyed grayish-white, preventing the angels guarding the other secret mausoleums from immediately discovering the changes and descending. Prince Grove was instantly surrounded by the grayish-white that spread out from the void. All he could do was rely on the blazing light emitted by the crown of thorns on his head to maintain a very small safe zone. The words he wanted to say or do couldn't be transmitted at all. Without the scara and black areas around her eyes, Trissy didn't even look at her opponent. Surrounded by her snake hair that blotted out the sky, she took a step towards the secret mausoleum at the bottom of the dark valley. Boom! The ground began to shake violently as a dull thud sounded from the depths. Red meteors with flaming tails appeared out of thin air, passing by demoness Trissy and smashing towards the mausoleum. In an instant, the ruins suffered multiple catastrophes. George III, who was at the critical moment of his advancement, sensed this scene as he immediately felt a strong sense of puzzlement and anger. He split some of his powers with great difficulty, and with the help of the arrangements he had made in advance, He forcefully distorted the surrounding area, isolating the dark and solemn secret mausoleum from the real world in space, preventing earthquakes and meteors from approaching the target. Boom! Boom! Amidst all kinds of disasters, the cliffs collapsed one by one as the ruins began to collapse. George III's angry voice sounded from the secret mausoleum that had become a world of its own. Are you crazy? To forcefully accept the power of a true deity's descent at the level of a sequence 4 would only result in death. Trissy laughed as the skin on her face stretched to its limits. Inch by inch it cracked, revealing the blood and flesh that seemed to be squirming crazily beneath. The demoness, who had become extremely terrifying, scoffed. Shouldn't the ending of a beautiful story be for all the bad guys to die? For example, you or me. Before Trissy could finish her sentence, with a horrifying smile, she plummeted towards the secret mausoleum that had the surrounding space distorted like a meteor, hoping to forcefully destroy it. In another mausoleum, Klein didn't put on a brave front. He quickly ended his connection with Sapphira Castle, as though he was praying to the fool for help. The commotion from before nearly caused the angels present to stop. Unfortunately, the concealment angel was a historical void projection summoned by Klein. She could only continue fighting based on her instincts, causing the chaos to worsen. At this moment, William Augustus I's projection drew a silver rapier and pointed ahead before slashing. There was no need for him to say anything else. The chaos in the ruins came to a halt as the battle was split into different battlefields. Hermes fought the beautiful and dazed lady. Abomination Sua suppressed Rionette Tinker. Roselle the Great and the Angel of Light, the two historical void projections, surrounded Klein. William I was in an independent position, controlling the effects to prevent the aftershocks from hitting the mausoleum below. As expected of the Hand of Order, Klein's pupils dilated. Without any thought, he reached his right hand into his clothes and stretched out his left hand to borrow strength from his past self. The Death Consul, the Evernight Cloister's matron, and the Concealment Angel were all historical void projections that far exceeded Klein's own level. Be it summoning or maintaining them, it placed a huge burden on his spirituality. He had no choice but to borrow some strength from his past self before his spirituality completely dried up. This way, he was filled with fake spirituality. For 5 minutes they were just like the real thing. Then, Klein saw light. The angel formed from pure light with illusory wings on its back made layers of light surge towards him like a tidal wave, drowning him. In the blazing sea of light, an item suddenly appeared and rapidly descended, approaching the secret mausoleum. It had a dark-colored cover and an interior made up of parchment. Roselle's travels. As for Klein, he relied on his essence of being able to split into worms of spirit and his enhanced, shape-shifting ability to shrink into a bookmark of flesh and blood. He embedded them into the book and relied on them to block the endless light's purification and melting. But even so, Klein suffered considerable injuries. This was because the light could illuminate a portion of his body from the side. This wasn't the end. In the direction where Roselle's travels had fallen, Roselle the Great, dressed in gorgeous clothes, was waiting with his hands raised. Klein couldn't be bothered to think about anything else. All he could do was activate the first method of self-preservation. He hid directly in the historical void. Boom! A loud thunder boomed outside the ruins. In the beginning, it sounded very far away, but by the end, it was already close to his ears. Including Klein and the projections in the historical void, all the living beings in the ruins were intimidated and turned stiff. The sea of light instantly dimmed. No, there was one figure that wasn't affected. In Klein's eyes, the Church of Evernight's Angel of Concealment, the beautiful but not agile lady, took the opportunity to fade her body, turning into many symbols that symbolized concealment and terror. She expanded into a strange world that included Hermes, Rionette Tinker, Sua's arm, the Angel of Light, and William Augustus I. Although Klein had summoned a historical void projection that had greatly reduced its strength, some of its essence was still present. The chaos that Klein was looking forward to had finally arrived. As for George III, other helpers, such as the King of Angels, they were still in other mausoleums. The moment the nearly transparent world took shape, the angels inside began to resist. In the chaos, the strange world was easily torn apart. However, the light that was mixed with the remnant powers of the angels rushed out under the lady's deliberate guidance and headed straight for the secret mausoleum at the bottom. Boom! An even louder thunder boomed. Roselle the Great, who had attempted to stop it, was shocked once again. He didn't have the time to make any attempts. In an instant, the dark and majestic secret mausoleum was struck. The cracks on its surface silently deepened, revealing the dark interior. In these cracks, blood appeared out of thin air. Some were bright red while others were dark. Boom! 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 This time, Klein, who had returned to his human form with Roselle's travels, and the worms of spirit that were scattered around him shot out an air cannonball. The mausoleum, which was already on the brink of collapse, collapsed as large amounts of blood flowed out. With the destruction of a mausoleum, George III advancement ritual was no longer stable. It lacked a key support. If only one mausoleum had been attacked, he could still rely on his invisible connection with them to put up a certain level of defense. But now, he was suffering a fierce attack. His illusory body suddenly boiled as he could no longer maintain the distortion outside. The mausoleum that was isolated from reality finally appeared in front of Trissy. The corners of Trissy's lips curled up on her squirming face. In Bakeland City, Memorial Square. My subjects. The stern and old-fashioned George III, who had a mustache, was wrapping up his speech when he exploded with a boom. His flesh and blood turned into fireworks that sprayed into the air. P.S. Requesting for monthly votes at the end of the month. It would be a waste if you didn't vote, Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1178. When Audrey and company saw this scene, it was as though they were watching a large-scale magic show. For a moment, no one reacted to what had happened. A few seconds later, the scene turned chaotic. Amidst the undulating screams, the soldiers of the King's Guard rushed up the platform. The cabinet members and the nobles in the House of Lords subconsciously found a place to hide, or they mustered their courage and followed the guards to check the scene. Audrey watched in a daze. She wasn't too surprised, but she found it surreal. The people and matters that Mr. World paid close attention to meant that they were being watched by Mr. Fool. And Mr. Fool had never failed to achieve his goals up to this point. This was the will of a deity. In the other municipal squares in Bakeland, Melissa, Banson, and company also heard the explosion. Then, they realized that the king's speech had come to an abrupt end. After a moment of silence, the people gradually turned restless as they whispered to each other. The fear of the unknown and the future slowly took over their hearts. In the outskirts of Bakeland, inside Ruins No. 1, George III's mind had already become extremely blurry. He felt that there was an irresistible and extremely crazy consciousness spewing out like a volcano. This was changing his body and distorting all the things around him. Vaguely, he saw a huge black throne and he sitting on it, wearing the emperor's crown, proudly looking down at reality, ruling over the people, and being equal to the gods. He extended his hand in an attempt to grab this future, but countless curses and attacks from an unknown source landed on him, preventing him from touching it. No, George III's hand, which had transformed into a rule, stopped in midair. His consciousness was completely torn apart as his body completely transformed. Trissy, who had already collapsed into a mass of flesh and blood, was surrounded by countless thick snake hair as she covered the shadow of order. Boom! In the outside world of Ruins No. 1, the forest suddenly collapsed inwards, stirring up a large amount of dust. It filled the air like the thickest haze. Boom! The area formed a huge crater that connected to the Tussock River, drawing in the surging river water. Rumble! The sky rapidly darkened, and a storm that contained endless terror shrouded this place. On a mountain peak further away, two figures stared at this scene. For a moment neither of them spoke. One of them was the demoness of unaging, Katerina, who was dressed in a holy white robe, and the other was a hooded red angel evil spirit with a pale face. After 2 seconds, Saintess of White Katerina sighed softly. The reason we want to find her is because the primordial told us that she has a strong tendency to self-destruct. The red angel evil spirit listened silently as his expression warped slightly. I know who interfered with my response. Katerina thought of one answer after another, but she was unable to confirm any of them. In the end, she chose to remain silent. The red angel evil spirit slowly spat out a word. Night. After a pause, he suppressed the emotions in his heart and added, otherwise, I would have found Trissy Cheek long ago. Without waiting for Katerina's response, the red angel evil spirit turned around and left. In another ruin, Klein, who saw the secret mausoleum collapse and a large amount of blood flow out, only had time to flash a hint of joy before he had no choice but to turn his attention back to his own situation. The failure of George III ritual and his failure to become the Black Emperor meant that his goal had been achieved. The next focus was on how to escape. At this moment, taking advantage of the considerable impact of the mausoleum's destruction, Rionette Tinker followed her agreement with Klein and didn't stay any longer. She rushed into the spirit world and fled deep into the depth. The power she had borrowed from herself in the past was coming to an end. The beautiful concealment angel had already reached the limit that Klein could maintain. After transforming into the strange world, she naturally disappeared. In the half-collapsed ruin, Klein faced Abomination Sua's arm, Hermes from ancient times, Roselle the Great's projection, William Augustus I's projection, the Angel of Light's projection, and the thunder that was pointing at an unknown location. Any one of them had the ability to easily kill him. And if he wanted to summon a historical void projection at the angel level, it wasn't something that could be done in a few tries. Without any hesitation, Klein's body turned incorporeal in an attempt to hide in the historical void. At this moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in the grayish-white fog in his vision. It was made up of countless transparent maggots that extended transparent and slippery tentacles in all directions. Zeratl's true body had appeared. He had been waiting for Klein in the historical void all this time. At this moment, Klein's entry into the historical void could no longer be reversed. He could only watch helplessly as he was attracted by the vortex and thrown towards the center. He wanted to snap his fingers and ignite the other paper cranes, but he realized that there were no flames that could rise up. Having already tested him once, Zeratl had sufficient confidence in his trump card. With the suppression of his level and the authority of mysteries, he was unable to control the flames. In addition, Klein's intuition told him that the destination of the teleportation was strangely connected to the vortex formed by the transparent maggots. He was unable to escape, nor did he have the time to summon sufficient helpers. A seer didn't perform unprepared. The vortex formed by the transparent maggots slowly spun, welcoming Klein's visit. The transparent and slippery tentacles swam over in an unstoppable manner. They wrapped around Klein, but they only wrapped around an ancient book with a dark cover. The blood on the surface of the book had yet to completely fade. Roselle's Travels. In the most dangerous second, Klein took the initiative to prick his finger, allowing his blood to flow onto the surface of Roselle's Travels. Then, he entered the book's world and temporarily escaped the fatal trap set up by Zeratl. The moment he entered the book's world, Klein immediately reached out and grabbed forward. He grabbed a marionette that he had only briefly possessed from the historical void. Then Rambus. Klein had once experimented that he could summon the projection of true history here. After all, it belonged to Sapphira Castle, and the book's world's prayer to the fool wasn't obstructed. Of course, if that didn't work, Klein had other solutions. It was to summon Justice Audrey, who existed in the book's world's history. In short, he needed a mid-sequence, high-sequence beyonder of the spectator pathway to bring him into the sea of collective subconscious, into the city of miracles, Liveseed, and into the hall of truth. This was because Klein had no idea how long it would take for a sequence one like Zeratul to grasp the secret of Guruzel's travels, nor did he know if he would forcefully descend into the book's world. All he could do was race against time. The gentle and elegant Vin Rambus, who was dressed in a formal suit and a dark red bow tie, pulled Klein with a stiff expression and directly entered the sea of collective subconscious formed by countless overlapping lights and shadows. With the powers of a manipulator, they quickly traversed and arrived at the city of miracles, Liveseed, in a few seconds. They arrived at the entrance of the Hall of Truth. Klein dispelled the maintenance on Vin Rambis's marionette and, pushed by the strong winds, ran through the door. As he passed through the colorful murals, his inner voice echoed in the hall. The success rate of summoning 0-08 here should be relatively high. Use it to draw or write something at the end of the mural on the left. It can affect the real world. Through its arrangements, I can make Zeratul make a mistake, allowing me to find a safe path to escape. No, it's better to let Amon's avatar join the chaotic battle and implicate Zeratul. That's easier to achieve. It's no wonder the goddess wanted to fish Amon to Bakeland. The mural on the right represents the world in the book. I can use 0-08 to draw a temporary door for me to leave. As he ran, Klein's right hand kept grabbing at the void in front of him. 5 times, 10 times, 20 times. When Klein once again borrowed strength from his past self, his right hand suddenly sank as he dragged out a slightly dim classical quill. 0-08. In the next second, Klein arrived in front of a huge pillar that was so wide that it would take countless people to wrap their arms around it. There was a clear sense of the vicissitudes of time. It was the throne of the dragon of imagination, Ankwelt. Klein circled around the stone pillar and came to the end of the mural. He picked up the quill, 0-08, and was about to write. He had never experimented with the changes that would happen when he used 0-08 here. He was afraid that the accident would be too great and alarm Amon's brother, causing his plan to prevent George III from becoming the Black Emperor to be discovered ahead of time. And at this moment, he didn't need to think about such matters at all. He could wholeheartedly weave the development that he needed. Suddenly, 0-08, which was about to begin writing, disappeared. It disappeared before it reached its limit. What's going on? Klein was surprised. He then realized that the Hall of Truth didn't amplify this sentence. The surroundings were extremely quiet. With a thought, Klein slowly turned around and saw that the ancient stone pillar had turned into a 100-meter-tall cross at some point in time. In front of the cross, a huge, blurry figure stood there, carrying everything on its back as it looked at all living beings with pity. Inside the Hall of Truth, there were rows of black seats with backrests, but there was only one prayer. This prayer had his eyes closed as he sat in the middle of the first row. He wore a rather simple white robe, and he had a pale golden beard that covered the lower half of his face. His hands were clasped in front of the silver cross pendant in front of his chest, and his expression was warm and calm. Adam, President of the Twilight Hermit Order, King of Angels Adam. Klein had no idea when he had arrived. At this moment, Adam raised his head, revealing eyes that were as clear as a child's. He slowly stood up and spoke with a calm expression. Intis no longer watches by the sidelines and has decided to take the opportunity to launch an attack. This war has truly begun to engulf the world. Do you accept such an outcome? P.S. Requesting monthly votes at the end of the month. Everyone, don't waste it, Divine Emperor of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1179. Although there was no concept of temperature in the Hall of Truth, Klein felt a sense of coldness and heat when he heard it. He wanted to defend himself, but he was at a loss for words when he opened his mouth. After silently looking at Adam's clear eyes that could reflect his figure for a few seconds, Klein said with some difficulty, "That's not the case. I accept, but I will also work hard to reduce the damage caused by the war in the future as long as I'm alive." He paused for a moment and asked in a deep voice, "Is this the price you marked for the gift? Back then, when one of the ascetics here said your real name, you already noticed this travel book and secretly made arrangements?" Adam, who was dressed in a simple white robe, didn't respond. He walked towards the murals on the left, and stopped in front of one of them. He raised his head slightly and quietly admired it. In the mural, the book bound from goatskin flew into the clouds and into the cosmos before landing in a gigantic claw. After looking at it for a while, Adam said in a warm voice, "You can leave now." Klein immediately felt that he was being repelled by the Hall of Truth, the City of Miracles, and the world in the book's sea of collective subconscious. He couldn't help but float up and fly out. During this process, he saw Adam return to the front of the rows of black seat. He held the silver cross pendant, closed his eyes, and piously prayed to the huge and blurry figure. Outside the sea of collective subconscious, an illusory door silently appeared. It stood in midair and led outside. The world in the book also began to repel Klein, squeezing him out of the door. Suddenly, Klein returned to the real world in front of the grayish-white fog. He was in a state where he was about to enter the historical void. Unlike before, he wasn't locked onto by the vortex formed by countless transparent maggots, and the nearly invisible, slippery tentacles that wrapped around Rozelle's travels trembled slightly before vanishing into thin air. Without the time to feel the pinch, Klein's thoughts raced as he instinctively made a choice. He leaped into the grayish-white fog from another direction and hid in a shattered spot of light. This was also the so-called historical void. In the next second, Klein began to regret it. This was because Zeradal's slippery and terrifying tentacles extended over from the grayish-white fog. The countless transparent maggots no longer formed a spinning vortex as they disintegrated into a tidal wave that surged towards him. Zeradal could actually fight in the historical void. This was the suppression of a high-ranking Beyonder of the same pathway over a low-ranking Beyonder. The best way to deal with a demigod of the seer pathway was always to be a demigod of a higher sequence. Without any hesitation, just like when he advanced, he ran through the spots of light and fled deep into the fog of history. The collapse of the secret mausoleum, the air raid on Backlund, and the tragedy of the Great Smog flashed past one after another, but the sense of danger in his heart didn't weaken. He even saw the thick shadows approaching him and began to cover him. This was a tidal wave formed by the transparent maggots and slippery tentacles. Klein ran with all his might, constantly chanting the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in Jotun, hoping to be saved. This was the only thing he had the strength to do, and it was also the only existence that could save him at present. Of course, if he knew of Amon's honorific name, he would definitely attempt to provoke this blasphemer. Only by messing up the situation would he have a chance of survival. Rozelle's proclamation as emperor, the improvement of the steam engine, the Battle of the Violated Oath, the White Rose War, and the 20-Year War flashed past his mind. Klein realized that his body was being covered by more and more shadows. His consciousness gradually slowed down as though he was being controlled by his spirit-body thread. At this moment, hounds of Fulgrim ran out from the various spots of light in the grayish-white fog. They were covered in pitch-black short fur, and their eye sockets burned with dark red flames. The corners of their mouths extended all the way to the back of their heads. This group of monster-like Sapphira Castle keepers passed by Klein and rushed behind him. Klein immediately regained consciousness. F***CK. He cursed himself. His eyes were slightly red as he continued running with a blurry vision. He ran from the 5th epoch to the 4th epoch, and from the 4th epoch to the 3rd epoch. The huge shadow behind him paused for a few seconds before continuing to surge towards Klein as though nothing had happened, drowning the historical void he passed through. Klein wasn't stingy with his spirituality at all. He desperately used the spots of light he had lit to run through the fog of history, from the third epoch to the second epoch. He ran to a lonely fragment of light, surrounded by a withered forest and a normal-sized tomb. This was the history where giant King Ormur buried his parents. As for the tidal wave formed by Zeradol's true body, it didn't seem to understand the past enough. It was unknown which era it had stopped in, but it was unable to catch up. At that moment, Klein's spirituality was almost drained, and in the fog of history, he could only borrow strength from the void he was in. Clearly, there was no such thing as his past, and when his spirituality was exhausted, he had no choice but to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. When that happened, he would once again face Zeradol. Phew! Klein exhaled and pulled out another paper crane. He snapped his fingers and ignited it. However, after waiting for a few seconds, he didn't see Snake of Fate Will Septon appear. There's no way to use an ordinary paper crane to contact Will in the historical void. Why hasn't Amon appeared yet? As thoughts flashed through his mind, Klein could only chant in Jotun again, Evernight goddess, loftier than the cosmos, more eternal than eternity. You are the Lady of Crimson, the Mother of Concealment, the Empress of Misfortune and Horror, the Mistress of Repose and Silence. After holding on for a few seconds, Klein suddenly had an inspiration. Hence, he didn't hesitate to leave the fog of history and return to the real world. Just as his figure appeared, the spirit-body threads floated into the air and were grabbed by a slippery and transparent tentacle. And opposite him, another figure appeared at the same time. It was the barefoot ascetic leader, Ariana, who was dressed in a linen robe. According to Klein's abilities, the angel-level historical projection he had summoned had definitely vanished. Therefore, the one who had arrived was undoubtedly the true body. The matron of the Evernight cloister glanced at Klein and instantly made him vanish under Zeradol's tentacles. Klein entered the secret world that belonged to Ariana. It was nighttime here, and it was a cloister with many ancient buildings. A gigantic and holy crimson moon hung high in the sky. Based on their past experiences of working together, Klein immediately used teleport to flash to the crimson moon and escape from this secret world. After returning to reality, Klein had already distanced himself from Zeradol. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use traveling to leave. As for Ariana, who had temporarily stopped Zeradol, she transformed into a concealed state and left the battle. Rumble! A terrifying thunder boomed as the transparent tentacle that had attempted to reach out to the spot where Klein had disappeared suddenly retracted and vanished with the true body. Klein, who had teleported to the sea, couldn't be bothered to borrow strength from his past self. He summoned a paper figurine from the historical void and shook his wrist. Most of the items he had with him had been destroyed when he became a bookmark. It was unknown where his marionettes, Konas and Inuni, had gone. Of course, they might have evaporated under the illumination of the Angel of Light. But the paper figurine ignited with scarlet flames and rose into an illusory angel with layers of wings on its back. It wrapped around Klein and eliminated all traces. Then, Klein activated teleport again and left. In the secret mausoleum in East Chester County, William Augustus I and Queen Mystic Bernadette simultaneously sensed the death of George III through the changes in order or through their own prophecies. The latter didn't stay any longer. His body suddenly separated like a pile of soap bubbles that refracted light, scattering in all directions before shattering. William Augustus I didn't have the mood to stop or chase after him, but he wasn't in that much pain either. Klein took a huge detour and used Angel's Embrace 3 times to eliminate his traces before silently returning to Bakeland, which was probably the safest place at the moment. He didn't return to the apartment he had previously rented. Instead, He found a hotel in the Baekeland Bridge area and got a room. Of course, he didn't forget to change his looks, height, temperament, and characteristic. He became more ordinary, and inconspicuous. After entering the room, Klein endured his mental fatigue and physical injuries and began chanting the honorific name of sea god Cavituous. He prepared to take 4 steps counterclockwise and head above the gray fog. He wanted to use his true vision and the real angel's embrace to confirm the environment and eliminate any latent dangers. Thankfully, Zeratul should have signed a contract with George III. He can't leave the mausoleum he's guarding. Otherwise, I would have most likely become his marionette in that chaotic battle. His and Abomination Sua's appearance has exceeded my expectations. Klein heaved a sigh of relief and took a counterclockwise step. He opened his mouth and chanted in Chinese, "Blessings." Suddenly, Klein's body trembled. His voice came to a halt as he froze on the spot. In his line of sight, a figure had appeared on the chair beside the full-body mirror in the room. He was of medium build, male, and relatively young. He wore a dark-colored jacket and trousers. He was a mixed blood of Ruan and Balam. This was the marionette that Klein had previously lost, Winner Enuni. Enuni smiled as he faced Klein's eyes that couldn't move. "Don't randomly throw your marionette around. You'll be tracked." As he spoke, he slowly stood up and took out a crystal monocle from his pocket. He slowly wore it on his right eye. End of the 5th installment. P.S. The 5th installment will be concluded in the wee hours of the morning. Also, don't waste the monthly votes on the last day of November. Chapter 1180. Ahem, if I were to directly write about the Tarot Club at the beginning of the next novel, I would write that everyone is having a meeting under Mr. Fool's watch. However, the World Gehrman Sparrow seems to be wearing a monocle, and Mr. Fool's posture is even more relaxed than usual. His body is slightly tilted, his right elbow resting on the armrest, and from time to time, he pinches his right eye socket. Will he be drowned by the blades that are thrown at him? Heh, I'm just joking. No matter how dramatic the turn of events is, it has to be in line with basic laws, basic logic. With the foreshadowing and clues provided, I can't just write whatever I want. Everyone can rest assured on this point. For the entire 5th book, I've already summarized the main problems. For a long period of time, Little Ku will be rather lost and lacks sufficient motivation. This will cause the tension of the plot to gradually decline. After all, it's not the beginning, where we can follow Little Ku to understand this new world bit by bit. There are other things to nurture and maintain our interest. In the middle and later stages of the book, everyone will definitely want to see the development and advancement of the plot. Furthermore, it has to be the kind that makes people look forward to it. However, when I first wrote this part of the structure, I considered that such a change can't be too sudden. After all, after such a huge impact at the end of the 4th book, Little Ku will definitely need a lot of time to digest and accept it. I have to use a lot of foreshadowing to slowly find new motivation. Look, there's no need to worry about the tension of the plot in the next book. And while writing about Little Ku, I also have to take care of the other characters. I have to describe their growth, their obsessions, and their inner conflicts. Therefore, the pace is further slowed down. It's like a squid waving its many tentacles. From controlling 2 or 3 simple storylines at the beginning to controlling 7 or 8 storylines and characters, it's really getting more and more strenuous. Furthermore, I can't let it affect the structure of the story. I can't let it become clumsy and stumble. Unfortunately, for this reason, I can only temporarily suppress the plot of some characters to prevent the structure of the story from becoming unbalanced. Apart from the problems summarized above, there are 2 more points. First, it takes about 200 chapters to complete the level up. In terms of the structure of the story, it's too slow. But in terms of actual progress, it's too fast. Although the foreshadowing makes this result seem reasonable, I still feel that it's too tight. Little Ku needs another 1 or 2 years to digest the level up. He would have to pay attention to this point in the future. This was a problem with the overall story arrangement. There were not too many gaps in the timeline. I didn't know if I had summarized it before, but I didn't really remember, so I might as well say it again. For many authors, leveling up was mainly to provide fun points, and I was no exception. However, I had another understanding of leveling up. It was a tool and a yardstick for me to control the pace of the plot. Why was this possible? My understanding of the word was change. After a story had been going on for too long, everyone would desire something new to be added to the story. They would desire something different. They wouldn't want the story to remain the same. At such a time, leveling up would naturally provide change. It would be very gentle, and it wouldn't just be a simple change to the environment. The main character himself would also change, from inside to outside. Therefore, it wasn't that it couldn't be written without the elements of leveling up, but there had to be nodes of change. In a sense, this was an internalized, gentle leveling up. Just like in some romance novels, the feelings of the male and female protagonists could also be seen as leveling up. From less to more, there would be elements of regression, division, and reconciliation. The second point was that many of the plots in the 5th book gradually broke away from the low and mid-level beyonders and the social environment. This was an inevitability brought about by the increase in Little Ku's strength, status, and level of involvement. It was also a problem that I hoped to find a way to solve. Because once there was no environment, there would be no sense of reality, and the entire story would have no foundation. There would only be drama and conflict. This was also the reason why my previous books developed faster towards the end. Well, except for martial arts. It was because there was too much repetition, and leveling up brought too little change to the plot. One of the reasons I came up with the sequence system and the acting method was to let the high-ranking Beyonders who had broken away from society re-enter the world through the acting method. I would give them a life and return the world to reality. This point was somewhat reflected due to the main theme of this novel, but not too much. I hope to strengthen it in the future. Going back to the 5th book, the theme of Red Priest represented war. There weren't many positive descriptions, but it ran through the entire novel. It was the bright line of the plot, and at the same time, it used the encounters in this environment to show the feeling of drowning and struggle. Trissy was one, Little Ku was another, and those characters who struggled to hold on in the face of the torrent of the times were the same. I repeatedly emphasized drowning in order to not mention it in the last 10 or so chapters. I wanted to create such an atmosphere and feeling through the story itself. I believe everyone can understand it. When Trissy said those words and fell into the mausoleum, Amon put on the monocle in front of Little Ku. The feeling of a struggler finally sinking into the water could be seen. The corresponding character images were also established. It was precisely because of the need for such an atmosphere that the encounters in this novel didn't have many plot twists. From my point of view, being attacked by the enemy and then being attacked by the enemy again might not be as gloomy and depressing as always struggling to break out of the encirclement but being unable to find a direction. And it was because of the problems summarized above that the subscriptions in this novel had been dropping since the 5th book. Occasionally it would rise a little, but the trend didn't change. It had dropped by almost 10,000. Therefore, it was very necessary for me to ask myself that question because it solved the problem of internal motivation and plot tension. It was a little hard, but the effects were very good and immediate. Since then, the subscriptions have steadily risen and recently reached its peak. The average subscriptions is now 89,000. The 6th book is called Light Chaser, a sequence 2 from the Sun pathway. In ancient times, it was called Sunchaser. The exact meaning is literal, but it symbolizes many people and many things. This novel is very important to me personally. It's the most important part of the overall story structure. It's the initial completion of the world structure, and it's also the opening of the situation. It's also the key to whether the impact of the plot can be formed. Previously, a friend asked me if mysteries had passed the peak of the story and was at the end. I said no, that the peak I expected would be in the 6th book. I'm a little nervous, not knowing if I can write it well. Well, the next 3 books definitely won't reach 200 chapters. As for the exact number, I can't tell. It might be 100, or it might be 150, or it might be less than 100. This is mainly because I can't predict how many chapters one can write in the 7th and 8th books before I finish writing the 6th book. I'm a squid without an outline or a detailed outline. I only have the plot's key points, climax scenes, general development, and main structure. Therefore, before writing every chapter, I have to think for nearly an hour, sometimes even more. Well, it's not like I don't have an outline or a detailed outline. It's all in my head and I update it every day. Previously, a friend asked for my outline and realized what it was. Other than the world's settings, character settings, power settings, and historical chronology being very detailed, the outline is usually just for show. I basically won't follow it. Alright, it's time for the much anticipated part. The 5th book is over, and I'll rest for 3.5 days. This time, I have to come up with a more detailed outline for the 6th book. Otherwise, if I just rely on my brain, it will become more and more difficult as I progress. There are too many things I need to consider. Well, half a day starts from Saturday noon. The last chapter is updated in advance, which means that I'll have half a day off on Saturday, Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, and I'll resume updating at 12:30 noon on Wednesday. Also, it's the beginning of the month. Don't forget to insure the monthly ticket. Give me the motivation to finish writing the 6th book. I'll give you the additional chapters for November's monthly tickets at the critical moment of the plot. Chapter 1181. In a hotel in the Bakeland Bridge area. Apart from the fact that his thoughts still belonged to him, Klein couldn't control anything else. Even his eyeballs couldn't move. He knew very well that this was likely a deeper level of parasitism. In such a state, he could only look ahead with fear and despair. He watched as Enuni, who had worn a monocle and had transformed into Amon's original appearance, smiled and took a counterclockwise step. He then opened his mouth and muttered in fluent Mandarin, "Enuni, Enuni." He chanted in fluent Chinese, "The celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings." Did he steal my thoughts or my Chinese abilities? It should be the former. Otherwise, there's no way for he to grasp this ritual. Klein's pupils couldn't dilate as he watched. He felt an unprecedented sense of anxiety. The monocle-wearing Amon seemed to sense his emotions. He turned his head to glance at him and smiled. He took another step counterclockwise and chanted in Chinese, "The celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings." Following that, the blasphemer skillfully carried out the ritual. Every step he took and every incantation he recited made Klein's heart sink deeper and deeper into the dark swamp. It was as though he could no longer see the slightest glimmer of light. The celestial Lord of heaven and earth for blessings. When Amon took the final step and recited the final incantation, an endless grayish-white fog suddenly appeared in front of Klein's eyes. "Please" sounded in his ears. Without needing to listen carefully, his spiritual perception stirred, and he understood what it meant. After advancing to Scholar of Yore, he had basic control over Sapphira Castle. No matter who it was, regardless of whether they had grasped the correct ritual or the corresponding incantation, they had to obtain his permission to enter the world above the gray fog. Reject him. Klein was immediately delighted as a clear thought surfaced in his mind. However, just as he had this thought, he forgot it. He stood there like a statue carved from stone. His intention to reject had been stolen by Amon. Klein once again felt despair, but the grayish-white fog in front of him and the prayers in his ears didn't disappear. Klein was first taken aback before he understood what was going on. "I understand. I have to personally head above the grey fog and control Sapphira Castle. Only then can Amon enter. There was no such thing as acquiescence. This thought was like a straw that Klein grabbed without hesitation, lest he sank into the water silently and coldly without anyone knowing. Although he did not know how to make use of this matter, his intuition told him that the only hope and the slightest possibility might be hidden in this. At this time, Amon stopped trying and looked at Klein. Clearly, he failed to successfully enter Sapphira Castle. The Angel of Time adjusted the monocle on his right eye and smiled without any change in expression. Honorable Mr. Fool, your idea of saving yourself is very interesting. Amon used the standard Ruan language, but every word seemed to be able to mobilize the power of nature, creating rounds of explosions in Klein's mind. How can he be sure that I'm the fool and not the blessed of the fool? Klein's body and mind turned cold as the hope that had just surfaced sank into the water once again. How can I be sure? Amon made a tisk sound and sat down on the chair he was sitting on. He pointed at the round stool opposite him and said, "Have a seat. Don't stand on ceremony." As soon as he finished speaking, Klein involuntarily took a step forward and sat on the round stool. Amon surveyed the room, raised his hand and grabbed Klein's black silk top hat. He wore it on his head and said with a smile, "That's right, Klein's right. Do you think I don't know that the ritual just now failed? How long has it been since Sapphira Castle's anomaly? How can I forget? I just wanted to see your reaction, and your subconscious despair and instinctive rejection are very interesting. If you aren't the self-proclaimed fool, how could you have such thoughts? Dear Mr. Fool, am I right?" In the process of making 4 consecutive rhetorical questions, Amon's expression was rather joyful, like an old hunter who had caught a fox's tail. "I've been deceived." Klein finally realized why Mika wasn't disappointed in the slightest. He subconsciously wanted to deny it, but after thinking for a while, he calmly opened his mouth and said, "Just kill me." I can speak now?" Klein hurriedly tried to control his body, but it was impossible. In the next second, he was prepared to recite the honorific name of the Evernight goddess, but he immediately lost this thought. The thin-faced blasphemer Amon pressed down on the monocle on his right eye and maintained his excited state. "That way, you can be reborn in Sapphira Castle? The more I talk to this fellow, the more mistakes I make." Klein shut his mouth tightly and didn't say another word. Upon seeing this, Amon smiled and shook his head. "There's no need to be so afraid. Actually, there's no irreconcilable conflict between us." Klein, who was sitting on the round stool like a puppet, was stunned for a moment without responding. Amon leaned forward slightly and looked into his eyes before continuing with a smile. "Our only conflict is Sapphira Castle. However, do you really wish to shoulder that fate? Are you really not worried that the original owner of Sapphira Castle will revive in you?" This sentence hit the point that Klein was most concerned about. He was momentarily at a loss for words. Amon pinched the crystal monocle and didn't press Klein for an answer. Instead, he smiled and said, "Give Sapphira Castle to me, and all the problems will be resolved. That way, whether the original owner of Sapphira Castle can be revived or if the corresponding fate can be withstood will be something I need to worry about, not you. Also, the pursuit of Dor and little Zeradol, the gift of Evernight, and the subsequent arrangements of my paranoid brother will be left to me to worry about in your place. As for you, escape all of this and become a Sequence 3 that only belongs to you." Why should I kill you? What's the need for me to kill a Sequence 3? Even if I want to reclaim the characteristic, it's not essential. My prey will only be Palez, little Zeradol, and the Door. The rest will depend on my mood. As for the organization you established, I can also maintain it on your behalf. It's very interesting, very interesting. If you think this price isn't enough, I can make you my blessed. Didn't you pretend that the fool is the Angel of Time, Amon in the City of Silver? In the future, it can become real. I'll lead them out of the forsaken land of the gods and see the light outside. When the time comes, you still have a chance to advance to Sequence 2 and become an angel. This is basically taking over all my worries and difficulties, leaving only the benefits. Klein, who didn't have much desire to become a true god and control Sapphira Castle, felt his heart palpitate when he heard this. If he didn't know that Amon was a top swindler, he would have agreed on the spot. But in the end, he said expressionlessly, "Kill me. That's all you know? Is that all you know how to say?" Amon wasn't angry. Instead, he looked at Klein with interest. To him, this was something that was fun enough. It was completely understandable that he would encounter difficulties during the process. They would only make the joy after success even better. "I'm just a heartless repeater." Klein used a lampoon to ease the pessimism and despair in his heart. Instead of answering, he asked, "How do you know that the City of Silver believes that the fool is you?" He didn't dare to say that the City of Silver still suspected that the fool was the deity that Amon believed in, afraid that he would infuriate him. Of course, if Amon was the kind of person who would lose his intelligence after being infuriated, Klein would definitely attempt to do so. This was because he now suspected that after gaining initial control of Sapphira Castle, his rebirth after death would be above the gray fog. Unfortunately, Amon wasn't a king of angels of the storm pathway, but the god of deceit that gave a true god a headache in the fourth epoch. Amon chuckled and said, "Do you think I only have 2 avatars in the City of Silver? Since you, the fool, and the hanging man have interfered, I'm happy to watch quietly by the side." The City of Silver still has Amon's avatars. Who will he parasitize? Yes, the members of the Giant King's Court exploration team weren't parasitized. That's something that can be confirmed. As Klein tensed up, he felt that it was only natural. This was because Leonard had once told him that seeing one Amon meant that there was a bunch of Amon lurking around, not just 2 or 3. Without thinking too much about it, Klein tried his best to take the initiative and create an opportunity. "You didn't directly snatch my fate because you can't bear it now?" Amon nodded calmly. "Yes, that's why I wanted to make a deal with you peacefully. But since you rejected it, I can only take you to see my true body, to a sufficiently safe place. Then I'll take away your fate. When that happens, your outcome won't be as good as what I just said." As he spoke, the man with black hair, black eyes, a wide forehead, and a thin face slowly stood up and walked to the door. Klein stood up and followed behind like a puppet. As he reached out to open the door, Amon seemed to think of a question. He pressed down on the crystal monocle and turned his body to look at Klein. "What's the 4th honorific name of your scholar of your?" In mysticism, the corresponding honorific name of every existence wasn't that strict. As long as one could use the correct format and a certain description to narrow down the scope to the point of no ambiguity, it could point to the corresponding hidden existence. This was also the reason why many cultists who didn't know anything about mysticism could randomly fabricate honorific names, but still receive feedback. Of course, if it wasn't an honorific name given by a hidden existence, there was no way to enjoy the automatic response treatment. Whether a connection could be established depended on the existence's interest in the supplicant. Amon had previously used his understanding of Scholar of Yore and German Sparrow to accurately restore the complete honorific name of German Sparrow through the powers of Sequence 7 cryptologist of the Marauder pathway. However, he didn't attempt to pray and use automatic response to establish a connection and lock onto the other party's location. This was because his godhood intuition told him that there was a problem with the 4th sentence, and that it would definitely fail. The correct 4th honorific name flashed across Klein's mind, but he didn't plan on telling him. At this moment, Amon opened his mouth and recited his thoughts. Protector of Bakelin's magic and theatrical performances. After the Angel of Time and Blasphemer finished reciting, he didn't say a word for a few seconds. Then, he laughed heartily. After he finished laughing, Amon nudged the monocle on his right eye and smiled. To be frank, this is very interesting. Are you really not considering becoming my blessed? Klein opened his mouth and said the familiar answer. Just kill me. P.S. Recommending a book, Initial Evolution. Ing Dang's Infinite Flow after many years of making a comeback. The third book of the Evolution trilogy. The battle scenes are excellent, the power system is interesting, and the character's intelligence is online. Currently, it's gradually entering an optimal state. Chapter 1182. Upon hearing Klein's answer, Amon smiled and shook his head. As he reached out to open the door, he casually asked, How did you come up with such an honorific name? It has to be related to me to a certain extent, but it also has to prevent others from using the automatic response to prayers to lock onto me. There aren't many such honorific names. Seeing that he had been exposed, there was no need for Klein to hide it. Furthermore, he hoped to grasp a possible opportunity through such a conversation. At the same time, his mind raced as he considered how to save himself. I'm deeply parasitized. Any thoughts that aren't beneficial to Amon will be easily sensed and detected by him. It's Saturday today, and it's almost Monday. If the fool were to stop the tarot gathering without any warning, the other members would definitely be terrified, nervous, and puzzled. Among them, the person who has the method to contact the world will definitely attempt to summon the messenger and ask for the reason. And once Miss Messenger approaches me, she'll be able to discover Amon's existence. Then, she can use the yesterday once more charm to return to his peak state. With the strength of a complete angel, he has a high chance of rescuing me from Amon's avatar. The most important thing for me now is to persevere and live through the next 2 days. By the way, since Amon can't steal my fate now, why did he attempt to make a peaceful deal? Even if I agreed, he wouldn't dare to allow me to head above the gray fog. That means that I'm out of his control and can use Sapphira Castle to effectively purify and counterattack the parasite. Could it be that agreeing itself is a switch that doesn't require any follow-up processes? Amon deliberately didn't mention this, indeed, he's lying to me. Klein grasped a glimmer of hope and decided to try his best to stall for 2 days. Amon's focus was still on the honorific name that neither humans nor angels could think of. As he walked out of the room, he scratched his chin. Have you provided protection to the magic and theater performances in Bakeland? I've protected a trick master before. Having made up his mind, Klein was much more cooperative than before as he simply answered, That's right. He simply replied, I'm a magician myself. I've performed many times in Bakeland. The monocle-wearing Amon nodded. Barely. He then walked out of the hotel room and down the stairs to the street. Klein followed behind him like a servant. Looking around, Amon pinched his monocle and sighed with a smile. What a pity! Regret what? Klein asked, puzzled. I've already been caught by you. What else do you need to regret? Amon pressed the silk top hat on his head and maintained his smile. You can guess. If you can guess correctly, I can make your ending a little better. Klein didn't believe his promise at all. In order not to be swindled out of more secrets, he shook his head. I can't guess it. Boring, Amon gave a brief comment. He clenched his right hand into a fist and lightly knocked on his monocle. From the pedestrians on the street, the trees beside the road, the sparrows on the roofs, the rats in the muddy corners, and the various creatures that could not be seen in the air, an illusory insect-like figure flew out and returned to Amon like stardust. The Son of God's status was immediately raised to the level of an angel. Klein raised his left hand, and the human-skinned glove suddenly became transparent. This was the activation of teleportation. At that moment, only creeping hunger was real in Klein's clothes. The rest were conjured from flesh and blood using Faceless and the glove's powers. Seeing that the trip was about to begin, Klein was taken aback as he blurted out a question. Why aren't we teleporting in the room? Amon taking him away from Bakeland was within his expectations. After all, this was a place that even a king of angels needed to be wary of. However, Klein couldn't understand why him would normally open the door, go down the stairs, and leave the hotel. The eye behind Amon's monocle swept a glance at Klein as the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. I've already answered you. What a pity. You actually didn't seek help from Pallas. This angel of time had an obvious smile on his face, but his black eyes were devoid of any emotion. It left Klein's body cold. He's certain that I'm in contact with Pallas Zoroast. Because of what happened previously? No, stop. Klein attempted cogitation, trying his best not to think too much to prevent Amon from stealing his thoughts. Amon nonchalantly glanced at the panicking pedestrians on the street and looked up at the gray sky. I can only wait for the next time. The most important thing now is to bring you to that place. As his spoke, Klein and Amon's figures turned transparent at the same time, disappearing from the hotel's entrance. No one who came and went found anything amiss. After passing through countless indescribable spirit world creatures and all sorts of overlapping colors, Klein and Amon appeared above a sea. Beneath their feet was a huge gap. The blue seawater was severed here as it cascaded straight into the bottomless darkness like a waterfall. However, it was forever unable to be filled. This was the entrance to the ruins of the Battle of the God. Klein's heart stirred as he asked, "You want to take me to the forsaken land of the gods?" Amon's monocle reflected the magnificent waterfall. He nodded slightly and replied in a casual tone, "That's right. When we get there, even your messenger won't be able to sense you through the contractual connection." There was a clear barrier between the forsaken land of the gods and the spirit world. It could only be connected through Sapphira Castle. Amon knows my plans. The flames of hope that had just ignited in Klein were instantly extinguished by the cold reality. He temporarily couldn't find any other way to save himself. At this moment, Amon, who was standing in midair, muttered to himself, "If my mausoleum in Bakeland hadn't been destroyed by the Church of Steam, we could have used the abyss as a springboard to directly head over. There wouldn't have been a need for so much trouble." Klein changed the topic, feeling a little guilty. "The abyss is connected to the forsaken land of the gods?" "No." Amon shook his head and said with a relaxed expression, "But I can use some of its characteristics to go anywhere. I heard that some bad changes have happened in the abyss." Klein's heart stirred as he probed. Amon turned his head and glanced at him, not hiding his curiosity. "You actually know?" "Yes, I once thought of exploring the abyss." Klein didn't say anything else, afraid that the Marauder Pathway's King of Angels would discover that he could read Roselle's diary. At this moment, Amon suddenly laughed. "You? Exploring the abyss? What's so funny?" Klein was very interested in the changes that had happened to the abyss. He took the opportunity to cooperate with Amon in a bid to learn more. Just as he said that, he suddenly had a new idea. With the help of his conversation with Amon, he could grasp more historical secrets and quickly digest the scholar of your potion. He wanted to see if he could use this to deepen his control over Sapphira Castle and escape his current predicament. As this thought flashed through his mind, Klein hurriedly restrained himself and stopped thinking about such matters. In response to his question, Amon chuckled. "Your trip to the abyss is like a beautifully wrapped gift that has been delivered to someone who wants it." Dark side of the universe? Klein was first alarmed before he thoughtfully made a guess. Amon nodded. He was originally the only surviving ancient god, devil monarch Farbati. Now had. Amon didn't finish his sentence. With a leap, he jumped towards the huge and illusory rift from the strong winds in midair. Klein lost the support of the wind and plummeted. After an unknown period of time, the fountain-like seawater surged upwards, throwing him and Amon to the other side of the rift. Just as he entered the ruins of the Battle of the Gods and was hit by the bright sunlight, Klein suddenly heard a series of ravings with intense madness. This was like a thin steel needle that pierced through his eardrums and stabbed into his brain. Amidst his familiarity, immense pain filled his every thought. And the worms of spirit that formed his mythical creature form gradually changed, as though they were about to give birth to a fallen consciousness that didn't belong to him. It was the ravings of the true creator. With regards to this, Klein could barely withstand it, but he couldn't last too long. There was no way he could advance too far in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. At this moment, he saw the monocle on Amon's right eye absorb all the surrounding light, turning it abnormally bright and blazing white. Then, a rich darkness ruled the sky. Amon had directly stolen the daytime of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. In the darkness, the Angel of Time's avatar landed Klein on an island and let him lean against a stone pillar to sleep. Soon, Klein arrived in the gray world of dreams. He saw the black cloister and the projection of the giant king's court across the cliff that exuded an epic and mythical feeling. Amon, who was wearing a black silk top hat and a crystal monocle, appeared beside him. He smiled and casually pointed at the projection of the giant king's court that was frozen in the dusk. "That's the entrance to the forsaken land of the gods." Klein thought for a moment and raised his doubts. Doesn't one have to enter a dream at a specific location before the entrance can be opened? He couldn't help but feel a glimmer of hope, thinking that it would be great if Amon could waste a week or two in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. Yes. Amon didn't deny Klein's words as he casually said, "If you want to open the entrance, you have to take a boat all the way to the core of this ruined sea. This might take more than a month, and you will experience many dangers that you can't withstand at the moment. As for me, I don't need to." "Because you're the son of the Creator?" Klein guessed after some deliberation. "No." Amon placed one hand in his pocket and turned to walk towards the black cloister's door. In such a chaotic place, the order is broken and the rules are mutated. There are too many things that can be used. As the Angel of Time walked, he turned his head to look at Klein. The Marauder Pathways Sequence 0 has a very abstract name, error. This was named by my father. He once used a strange word of unknown origin to refer to it, bug. This translates to the Trojan horse of fate, the beetle worm of time, the loophole in the rules, and the embodiment of all errors. Chapter 1183. Error. Bug. Is this the essence of the Marauder Pathway? While Klein was enlightened, he also confirmed one thing. That was that the ancient god of the sun, the City of Silver's creator, and Amon's father really came from Earth. The word that Amon said just now was in standard English. "My fellow countrymen, your two children have really caused me trouble. If only they were all like Bernadette." As Klein lampooned inwardly, he asked curiously, "Are you planning on using this world of dreams' loophole?" Klein controlled himself and didn't use the word bug to describe himself. He didn't want his overly normal accent to arouse Amon's suspicions and expose a trump card for no reason. Facing a king of angels who could steal his thoughts and parasitize him at a deep level, he had very few trump cards to begin with. He had to make good use of every one of them. Who knew when it would produce a miraculous effect? At this moment, Amon had already walked outside the black cloister. He had one hand in his pocket and didn't do anything as the heavy door opened automatically, as though it was welcoming a distinguished guest. You can think of it that way, but it's actually a little more complicated than that. Amon didn't show any of the dignity of a blasphemer as he leisurely answered Klein's question. This world of dreams doesn't have any errors or loopholes. It's just that due to the conflict between the various remnant divine powers, certain places appear rather chaotic. And I can use this chaos to create a loophole. As the tall main door that was prepared for the giant opened completely, Amon pinched the monocle he was wearing and walked through the hall, heading deeper into the interior. During this process, he smiled and gave a further explanation. "You should know very well that this cloister is pieced together from dreams. Yes, the dreams of different living beings from the ruins of the Battle of the God. Klein thought for a moment and added, it might also be the remnants of some dreams from the past. At this moment, the man and angel were walking down a winding black staircase. The light of dusk shone through the stained glass, bringing with it a fiery holiness. Amon touched the human skull sculpture on the armrest and smiled as he admired his surroundings. Normally speaking, wherever you enter this world of dreams, you will be there when you wake up. It doesn't matter if you are in the dreams of other sea regions or other living beings. Klein couldn't nod, so he could only express his opinion with words. Yes. And after I create a loophole, I can enter other dreams and wake up at the corresponding location. Obviously, this monastery is much smaller than the sea of ruins outside, and its structure is more compact. Perhaps we can reach our destination in a few minutes. Amon's tone was tinged with joy. To him, creating and exploiting loopholes seemed to be a joyful thing in itself. Amon can actually use such a method to quickly pass through the ruins of the Battle of the God. Ignoring a week or two, he wouldn't even waste an hour or two. As expected of a king of angels, a blasphemer of the fourth epoch, the sliver of hope that Klein had just felt instantly vanished. He did not know if Amon deliberately did not mention it in advance so that he could enjoy the process of his target's hope bubbles being popped again and again, or if he did not care about such a trivial matter. He could only control his strong frustration and said, "You want to go to the key dream that supports this illusory world?" He remembered that Queen Mystic Bernadette had mentioned that she didn't even dare enter the black wooden door in the deepest part of the monastery. "It's not me, it's us," Amon replied with a smile. He seemed to suddenly recall something as he raised his hand to adjust his monocle's position. "Why did you place a monocle on your marionette? This makes it so that I don't even need to prepare it myself." Klein felt awkward for a second before thinking for a second. He decided to answer truthfully. "Not long ago, in order to digest the Bizarro Sorcerer Potion, I specially wore this monocle in front of the Red Angel Evil Spirit." Amon, who was walking down the stairs, suddenly stopped and turned to glance at Klein. Bit by bit, he smiled. "Very creative." This Angel of Time then said thoughtfully, "Medici actually isn't completely dead. Medici is actually not completely dead yet. Next time, if I meet him, I will turn into your appearance and wear the monocle in front of him again." Poor Sauron Einhorn Medici. You're a complete king of angels. Do you have to be so bored? Is this the so-called god of mischief? Klein sighed emotionally when he heard this and didn't know what to say. Amon pressed down on the crystal monocle and asked, "What's going on? Did you wear the glasses on your left eye?" "How did you know?" Klein was startled, thinking that Amon had stolen the scene from the fog of history. "How do I know? There are two possibilities. First, you're definitely not Medici's match due to your low sequence. You're afraid that your disguise will be too realistic, resulting in you suffering a fatal subconscious attack. Second, if you had the intention to imitate me and complete the correct imitation, then I might have been able to use the ripples produced by fate to detect this matter. Since I didn't discover it, it means that the monocle was worn in the wrong position. Make a guess. Which possibility is it?" "I'll choose the most dangerous possibility, regardless of whether it's true or false. This way, I'll be more careful and cautious in similar matters in the future. Of course, there's a future first." As Amon didn't appear fierce or oppressive previously, Klein had unknowingly let down his guard. He felt that he was a king of angels that was easy to get along with. But now, he suddenly came to a realization that this was the trait of a top swindler. The second possibility. Klein gave his answer. Amon didn't answer if he had guessed correctly. He walked down the stairs and came to the bottom of the cloister, stopping in front of a black wooden door covered in strange patterns. "I've been here before. Once this door is completely opened, the power inside will shatter the entire world of dreams," Klein said, attempting to obtain more historical secrets from Amon. Amon reached out and grabbed the handle, his thin face expressionless as he said, "This is my father's final dream. This is my father's last dream. Corresponds to the place where he fell. The ruins of the Battle of the Gods were the battlefield where the Rose Redemption attacked the ancient sun god. It's the source of the cataclysm?" Klein tensed up when he heard that as thoughts raced through his mind. With regards to this answer, after understanding the composition of the Rose Redemption and comparing it to the various anomalies in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, he already had a corresponding guess. He wasn't too shocked now, but the scholar of your potion had been digested to a certain extent. Right on the heels of that, he let out an indescribable sigh. This was the closest he had ever been to the ancient sun god. Previously, when he saw it through dream divination, they were separated by distant space-time. The ancient sun god and Roselle the Great were both protagonists of an era, but in the end they both ended tragically. Roselle still has means of resurrection left behind. I wonder if this former creator has similar arrangements. Dark Angel Sasra? The true creator? Amidst Klein's thoughts, Amon opened the black wooden door that was covered in strange patterns. Inside was a sea that was illuminated by the blinding sunlight. There seemed to be large patches of rich gold hidden in the waves. Klein didn't understand what the large patches of rich gold represented the last time, but now, he had a preliminary idea. That was the blood of the ancient sun god. Before he died, he was affected by the power of Evernight and fell into a dream. He dreamed that he was torn apart and his blood dyed the sea red. Creak. As the black wooden door opened, an unimaginably intense aura seeped out, causing the entire monastery to clearly shake. It was as if it had encountered an earthquake that could destroy the world. Amidst the scattered dust and collapsed stone bricks, Amon and Klein passed through the wooden door and entered the golden sea. Klein immediately felt his spirit body melt and his psyche evaporate. In a few seconds, he would become nourishment for this dream. At this moment, a pure white light spewed out from Amon's crystal monocle, instantly shattering the world of dreams. He had returned the stolen day to the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, allowing this place to transition from night to day. At the same time, his and Klein's figures turned slightly transparent. Then, he appeared in midair above a sea that had been dyed golden. This place had a high temperature that exceeded Klein's imagination, but it wasn't as dangerous as the dream. Or rather, the sea in the core region of the ruins of the Battle of the Gods had been separated into safe zones due to the conflict of various divine powers. As long as one didn't blindly explore, there wouldn't be too many problems. In the next second, Amon's monocle absorbed all the surrounding light, making him extremely bright. The day was stolen, and night descended once again. After Amon and Klein landed on an island in a safe zone, they re-entered the world of dreams. This time, they appeared outside the black wooden door that was covered in strange patterns. Amon adjusted the monocle on his right eye and gently pulled it with his left hand, stealing the distance between him and the monastery's door. He and Klein took a step forward at the same time, leaving the monastery and arriving at the edge of the cliff. Opposite them was the projection of the giant king's court that was frozen in the dusk. Klein originally imagined that Amon would follow the procedure and say the corresponding honorific name, but to his surprise, he only raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. The sea of clouds that separated the two mountains instantly boiled and split to the left and right, revealing a dark crack that had no bottom. The giant king's court projection on the opposite side suddenly sucked all the dusk light over, allowing it to surge forward and fill up the deep crack. Hence, between the two mountains, an orange-red path of light appeared in the misty sea of clouds. "Let's go." Amon chuckled and jumped down the cliff. Amidst the fluttering of his clothes, he landed in the passage formed by the dusk. Klein couldn't resist and could only jump down the cliff. Chapter 1184. The path formed by the dusk didn't seem to be able to carry anything, but after Amon and Klein landed on it, they didn't continue descending. It was as though they were walking on land. This time, Amon didn't steal the distance. He brought Klein closer to the majestic giant king's court projection, occasionally looking around to admire the beautiful scenery. Strolling above the sea of clouds, stepping on the sunset bridge, and looking at the mythical palace should have been something that made one happy and relaxed, but Klein seemed to be walking into an abyss. The more he struggled, the deeper he sank. Once he entered the forsaken land of the gods, many of the things he relied on would be useless. Before long, Amon and Klein arrived at the giant king's court projection and stood in front of the tallest building. On one side of the building was a steeple, and on the other side was a round tower. The main door was more than 10 meters tall, and it was mainly grayish-blue in color. It was covered in symmetrical symbols, labels, and patterns. It was the residence of the giant king, where Dark Angel Sasra slept. Klein glanced at the pitch-black hole to the left of the door. He could roughly confirm that the door in his dream didn't need a key to open it. Otherwise, the true creator believers from before wouldn't have been able to pass through it. After all, the correct key was in Vice Admiral Iceberg's collection room. Next, as long as we push open this door, we will be able to enter the forsaken land of the gods. However, this way we will definitely be watched. Amon smiled and took a few steps diagonally to the edge of the door. We won't open the door. Let's go straight in. As he spoke, the Angel of Time raised his hand to adjust his monocle. In the corner of the grayish-blue door, a ghostly blue, incorporeal, illusory door appeared. An apprentice's door opening. It's a very low-level ability, but it's perfect for use here. Amon lowered his right hand and introduced in satisfaction. He then took 2 steps and passed through the illusory door. Yes, there are no useless Beyonder powers, only useless Beyonders. Directly pushing open the door will result in being watched. By who? The true creator? His holy residence, his divine kingdom, should be somewhere in the forsaken land of the gods. If I can attract him, and cause him to clash with Amon, I might be able to find a chance to escape. Klein couldn't control his body as he followed closely behind Amon and stepped into the slightly blurry ghostly blue door. As soon as he passed through, he immediately felt the world spin, and even his spirituality seemed to be torn apart. When the abnormality disappeared and he recovered, Klein found himself on a beach illuminated by the light of dusk. The gravel and stones here were all black. Dark blue waves surged from afar, hitting the edge layer by layer, but there was no sound of tides. They were quiet like a grand illusion show. This sea is illusory. I appeared here after entering, but it's likely not the case when leaving. According to the principle of reciprocity, if I want to leave, I can only open the giant king's residence where Dark Angel Sasra sleeps? Klein tilted his head in realization and looked in another direction. There was a mountain peak bathed in dusk. Countless palaces, towers, and majestic walls were frozen on it. This is the mythical giant king's court. Even if the city of silver can find a path to the sea, it's meaningless. From the corner of his eye, Klein discovered that Amon had changed his appearance. He was wearing a black classic robe and a pointed hat of the same color. He had gone from a gentleman of the present era to an ancient mage from the 4th epoch, or even the 3rd epoch. Klein's heart stirred as he continued looking at the giant king's court that wasn't far away. Dark Angel Sasra sleeps in the giant king's palace. Amon stood side by side with him and looked in the same direction. Without any change in expression, he said, I know. I've entered the giant king's court and visited the tomb of Ormer's parents. Indeed, one of Klein's guesses had finally been confirmed. He deliberated and said, What are you looking for answers to? You can guess. Amon continued looking at the giant king's court as he said with a laugh, If I had an idea, I wouldn't need to ask you. Klein thought for a few seconds. Some secrets of the 1st epoch? You can say that, Amon replied casually. Klein hesitated for a moment before saying, That's right. Aren't you curious about Dark Angel Sasra's state? Just curious. But compared to me, there are many people who are more interested. My paranoid brother, the Hanging Man, the Dragon of Betrayal, as well as Evernight, Storm, and Pure White. I want to see who can't hold back first. Heh, if I can steal everything inside at the critical moment, their expressions will definitely be very interesting. This train of thought. Did they create such a big thing just to cause trouble and gain some pleasure? Klein frowned slightly. He realized that Amon's view of the world was different from that of humans. This is a natural mythical creature. It's completely different from humans. And why can I frown on my own? Just as Klein came to a realization, he realized that something was missing in his body. He subconsciously turned his head to look at Blasphemer Amon. A 12-ringed translucent worm of time appeared in Amon's hand as he looked into Klein's eyes with a smile. Since you're already in the forsaken land of the gods, there's no need to worry about external interference. I'll give you a chance. Before we arrive at our real destination, I will no longer parasitize you. You can use any method you can think of to escape, and I will do my best to stop you. Good luck. Don't let me down. For a moment, Klein couldn't believe Amon's words. He suspected that Amon was lying to him. But when he thought of Amon's performance all this while, he felt that this was something Amon could really do. As his thoughts spun, Klein took a deep breath and replied solemnly under the orange light of dusk, "All right." Bakeland, where the Parliament was located. Due to King George III's sudden self-destruction, all the nobles and members of Parliament were not allowed to return to their homes. Instead, they were gathered here and received heavy protection from the 3 churches and the military. Audrey, who was dressed in a pure black dress, stood behind the railing on the 2nd floor, quietly watching the scene below. As everything had happened too suddenly without any warning, although she had received a certain warning from the World Gehrman Sparrow, she still felt that it wasn't real enough. It was an especially illusory feeling. She felt as though she had detached herself from reality and was watching a play. Her father, brother, and the other nobles and members of Parliament were gathered in different rooms. From time to time, one of them would walk out and quickly run to another discussion circle while covered in smoke and dressed like a gentleman. The madams and ladies sat in the lounge. Most of them had yet to snap back to their senses. Their eyes were glazed over as they trembled slightly. The staff of the Parliament and the military's middle and lower echelons were rushing back and forth, transmitting information from different places. A guard in a red top and white trousers came in from outside and handed a stack of paper to the officer in charge of the hall. The officer glanced at it and immediately summoned his deputy, pointing at the small room where Earl Hall and company were. The deputy didn't ask anything as he took the information and jogged to his destination. All of this happened in a very quiet environment. Only the sound of footsteps and faint murmurs echoed. It was like a realistic oil painting. The gorgeous decorations, dark colors, dim light, and the expressions on everyone's faces created an extremely oppressive atmosphere. Audrey pursed her lips slightly and watched for a while. Her mood remained low, and she relied on placate to maintain her calmness. Why does Mr. World want to deal with the king? The king's death will definitely bring about a deeper level of hatred, regardless of the king's actual sequence. He has never shown it. This doesn't affect the kingdom's overall strength, but for such an incident to happen, it means one thing. The 3 churches, the royal family, and the military are divided. The infighting is rather serious. Rouen upcoming situation will be extremely dangerous. The enemy definitely won't let go of this opportunity. As Audrey's thoughts churned, she saw a man in a black coat rush into the building where the Parliament was located. He lowered his voice and communicated with the officer in charge of the hall. As a veteran spectator who could observe minute expressions and body movements, lip-reading was undoubtedly Audrey's forte. As she looked from afar, she deciphered the corresponding content. Intis has used the border dispute of the Hornacis mountain range as an excuse to gather a large number of troops there. Audrey bit her lip gently as she felt that familiar sense of detachment. It was as though she was watching the contents of a novel play out in the real world. The grayness in the sky seemed to thicken. No one spoke for a long time in the Moretti family's house. Banson stood behind the oriel window with a solemn expression. He looked at the passers-by who were hurrying to and fro outside, his thoughts unknown. Melissa sat on the sofa beside the coffee table with her head lowered. She looked at the simple machine she had built, as though she had turned into a statue. Phew, the situation has become even more chaotic. Banson exhaled and touched his hairline. He turned his head and forced a smile. Regardless, Bakeland is definitely safer than most places. Melissa didn't raise her head as she spoke with an ethereal voice. Klein found a good job, and our lives gradually improved. In the end, an accident took him away. We moved away from Tingen. You obtained the government job that you yearned for. I entered university and began walking on the right path. In the end, the war broke out. It wasn't easy for us to adapt to this environment. We prayed for the war to end quickly, but in the end, the king was blown up. It wasn't easy for us to adapt to this environment. We prayed for the war to end quickly, but in the end, the king was blown up. At this point, Melissa slowly raised her head and looked at her brother with a confused gaze. Banson, is it so difficult to obtain and maintain a better life than before? Chapter 1185. Bakeland, Eastborough. Furs, who had just returned from the world of ice and snow, was wrapped in thick clothes. Looking at the charcoal stove in front of her, she felt as though she had fallen into the harsh environment again. She couldn't help but tremble a few times. George III is already dead. The matters from before will definitely come to an end. Perhaps we can move away from here and head to Northborough, to Hillstonborough. The houses there have fireplaces. Zio sat on a chair opposite him and similarly stared at the stove that emitted warmth. She replied with a slightly confused expression, "That's right." She replied with a slightly confused expression, "Let's wait another week or two." To be frank, I still can't believe that George III was killed just like that. I didn't have the time to do anything. The tone of this bounty hunter, who had become a judge, was clearly disappointed, confused, and at a loss. It was as though she had lost her motivation in life. Furs temporarily forgot the damage brought about by the cold, as she thought, and consoled her. I think this matter wasn't done by German Sparrow. It was done by those people who used Shermaine. Only they are still investigating George III's secret schemes. You can be considered to have contributed to George III's death. It's equivalent to indirectly completing your revenge. There shouldn't be any more surveillance and suppression targeting your family. You can try to start a new life. If there's a chance, you might even be able to appeal for your father through proper channels. Upon hearing the latter half of the sentence, Zio looked up. Yes, the situation is getting more and more chaotic. I'm very worried that they will be affected by the war. Furs, do you think Bakeland is safer, or is an ordinary city that isn't close to the border safer? Furs thought seriously for a few seconds before shaking her head frankly. I don't know. She then added, I plan on asking Mr. World. He definitely has a more accurate grasp of the overall situation. Do you still remember? He warned us in advance that there would be a situation around George III and that we should try not to approach him. In addition, Furs also wanted to ask where the next stop of her journey was so that she could make some preparations ahead of time. Okay. Zio instinctively nodded. Furs flipped through the newspaper on her knees and drank the rest of the coffee. Then, she slowly got up and entered the room. She prayed to Mr. Fool in a low voice, asking him to pass her questions to the world, German Sparrow. Forsaken land of the gods, near the giant king's court. Klein, who was no longer deeply parasitized, followed him on along the foot of the mountain. In the frozen dusk, they circled to the front of the mythical land. Although Amon had given him a chance to escape by all means, he wasn't in a hurry to do so. This was because he knew very well that Amon had at least the level and strength of a sequence too. He was an angel in the truest sense of the word, not someone he could fight head-on. Furthermore, a marauder was known to have errors, loopholes, and bugs. His powers were strange, making it impossible to guard against him. Klein believed that the normal methods he could think of to save himself were basically ineffective. All I can do is maintain patience and wait for an opportunity to be used. During this process, I'll constantly make some attempts to observe Amon's response. Yes, I have to take note of one more problem. I can't trust Amon's words too much. He might not be lying when he retracted the worm of time and removed my parasitized state, but that might not be the entire truth. I can't eliminate the possibility that he left a worm of time lurking in my body and take over my body at a critical moment. As Klein's thoughts churned, he was just about to chat with Amon and ask about Dark Angel Sasser when he saw that not far away, dusk was fading. Darkness enveloped the area as lightning flashed in the sky from time to time. They had arrived at the borders of the giant king's court and were about to leave the mythical kingdom. Once I'm in the darkness here, I'll either evaporate into thin air or encounter a terrifying monster that suddenly appears. Klein's heart stirred as he pretended not to know anything. He continued forward and walked from the orange-red dusk to the deep darkness. At this moment, Amon, who was wearing a black classic robe, a pointed hat, and a monocle, reached out his hand and pulled back a lantern that was covered in a thin layer of animal hide. Inside the lantern, there was a candle made of unknown oil that emitted a dim yellow light and a slightly pungent smell. "Carry it." Amon threw the lantern to Klein. Klein caught the lantern and fell silent. A few seconds later, he probed, "Where did you get this from?" At that instant, Klein imagined that Amon could summon a projection from the historical void. Amon pinched the crystal monocle and said with a smile, "I stole it from the human camp up ahead. I stole it from the human camp in front. Oh, that's the City of Silver's afternoon town camp." "Stole it?" Klein's eyelids twitched as he didn't ask any further. With the lantern in hand, he walked into the endless darkness. The dim yellow light was like an invisible defensive barrier that quickly spread out, creating a warm place in the pitch-black night. At this moment, lightning streaked across the sky from time to time. The intervals were rather long, and there was almost no thunder. Occasionally there would be a rumble. According to the general knowledge that Klein had learned from Sun since he was young, the night in the forsaken land of the gods was the most dangerous period of time. As he walked forward, Klein first used his faceless powers, which had undergone a qualitative change, together with creeping hunger, to adjust the structure of his eyes to adapt to this special environment. Following that, he used his spiritual perception to observe his surroundings. He felt that in the lightless darkness, there were eyes staring at him. There were indescribable creatures hidden there, but every time lightning lit up and illuminated those areas, there was nothing. Klein wasn't worried that he would suffer a serious backlash if he kept using creeping hunger without being able to feed it in the current environment. From his point of view, there were only two outcomes. First, creeping hunger would attempt to devour him, but Amon would steal his thoughts. Second, creeping hunger would successfully devour the wearer, allowing him to be reborn and escape his current predicament. The latter was what Klein was looking forward to. Apart from creeping hunger being a little confused, there was nothing to lose in the former. After proceeding forward for a while, Klein saw the City of Silver's afternoon town camp that had been built using abandoned buildings. Behind the walls formed by boulders and stone pillars, a bonfire burned silently, illuminating most of the area inside, making it completely different from the outside world. Under the illumination of the light, the members of the City of Silver's expedition team were either patrolling or guarding the area to prevent any accidents. Among them, a Dawn Paladin who was nearly 2 3 meters tall, was standing on top of the wall, looking into the distance, wary of the monsters hidden in the darkness. Suddenly, he saw a faint yellow light coming from the depths of the darkness. The Dawn Paladin's pupils suddenly dilated as his heartbeat sped up. Apart from newborns and children who had yet to receive education, everyone in the City of Silver knew that in this land forsaken by the gods, apart from humans, no one would use flames in the darkness to create light. Even monsters that were good at controlling flames would lurk in a lightless environment before launching an attack. As for other humans, all the cities that the City of Silver had discovered up to this point had long been destroyed. They had become ruins with no survivors. The only outsider they had seen was the strange child, Jack. And at this moment, a flame appeared in the depths of the darkness. It was a constantly moving flame. The Dawn Paladin standing on top of the wall couldn't figure out what this meant. He felt his body tremble slightly. The dim light from the fire slowly approached from afar. It passed the front of the campsite and headed towards the outskirts of Afternoon Town. Faintly, the Dawn Paladin saw 2 human figures walking in the darkness. The figures were abnormally blurry due to the light. They carried what looked like lanterns and left the camp step by step, disappearing into the endless darkness. At some point in time, the Dawn Paladin on the wall had already held his breath until the faint yellow light completely disappeared. There are other humans? No, it might not be humans. The Dawn Paladin's pupils constricted as he carefully turned around, preparing to inform the elder of the 6-member council who presided over the camp. At this moment, he realized that one of the lanterns hanging on the stone pillars had disappeared at some point in time. The Dawn Paladin's body stiffened as cold sweat seeped out of his forehead and back. As he left Afternoon Town step by step, Klein endured the gazes of pairs of eyes in the depths of the darkness. He quietly used the powers of a scholar of yore and his connection with Sapphira Castle to sense the grayish-white fog formed from history. He succeeded. This proved that the forsaken land of the gods wasn't separated from Sapphira Castle. The true Creator's holy residence, or even his divine kingdom, is on this land. If I trigger Sapphira Castle and create an anomaly, will it attract his attention and cause a conflict with Amon? He is a true god. I don't have any extravagant hopes of escaping during the chaos, but I can seize the opportunity to kill myself while him is dealing with Amon. With a thought, Klein made Sapphira Castle tremble slightly. In the next second this thought vanished. Walking beside him, the corners of Amon's mouth curled up slightly. The hanging man isn't interested in Sapphira Castle. Of course, his rationality might not always be in his mind. The hanging man refers to sequence 0 of the Shepherd Pathway? Klein didn't have any extravagant hopes that his impulsive action would really succeed. He mainly wanted to test Amon's reaction and see how he would respond. At that moment, he didn't feel depressed and didn't hide his curiosity as he raised the question. Amon nodded slightly. Yes, this symbolizes degeneration. Of course, if you want to explain it in a positive way, it's sacrifice and responsibility. Klein thought for a moment and probed. That's right. I thought this was a nickname you came up with. Just like Medici. According to what Klein knew, the true Creator's birth due to the Rose redemption was very likely related to the fall of the ancient sun god. Therefore, he wanted to know what kind of attitude Amon had towards this evil god, and if it was the same as his brother. Amon stroked his monocle and chuckled. I've always been very respectful towards deities. It's really inappropriate for a blasphemer to say that. Klein helplessly stopped the topic. Chapter 1186. Most of the places in the forsaken land of the gods didn't have paths in the normal sense, but it wasn't considered difficult to traverse. This was because there were large swathes of desolate wilderness. Darkness was the main color. In the wilderness there were occasionally plants that grew tenaciously. They were in strange shapes and extremely distorted. Klein had no way of identifying the original form of these things. Around him, In places where the lantern's light couldn't illuminate, the darkness seemed to have a life of its own. It was as though it was silently squirming, as though it wanted to devour everything it covered. As a scholar of yore, Klein only needed to use the corner of his eye to see spirit-body threads extending out from the surrounding darkness. They were illusory, dense, and countless, indicating that there were many monsters lurking in the darkness. These monsters were extremely silent as they watched Amon, who was dressed like an ancient mage, and Klein, who was dressed like a modern gentleman. They watched as they walked through the desolate wilderness under the dim yellow light. Klein looked ahead as he casually held the leather lantern, not worried that it would extinguish at any moment. When he and Amon were about to leave the wilderness and enter the hills, a deformed monster with 2 heads and 5 arms suddenly trembled in the darkness diagonally behind them. It had already become Klein's marionette. Controlling spirit-body threads was silent to begin with, and the distance didn't exceed 500 meters. In the next second, the monster fell to the ground and lost its life. Walking to Klein's left, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, smiled. He raised his right arm and opened his palm, revealing an item. It was a transparent maggot with 3-dimensional patterns. Worm of Spirit. This was something that Amon had stolen from the marionette along with the spirit-body thread. Without waiting for Klein to say a word, Amon leisurely curled his fingers into a fist and crushed the transparent maggot. Klein immediately felt a pain that came from the depths of his soul, as though his head was about to split open. Thankfully, he had previously created yesterday once more charms and control spirit bullets, so he was already used to this feeling. He only twisted his face and didn't lose his composure. Amon maintained his smile and flicked his palm. "You're too reserved. You can be more bold." Klein, who had already recovered from the pain, raised his hand to rub his temples. He felt exhausted, and every worm of spirit was calling for him to rest. While being chased by Zeradal, Klein had expended most of the spirituality he had borrowed from his past self. Subsequently, he had to constantly teleport and use Angel's Embrace to erase his traces. He was already close to his limit. After he returned to the safe zone, he had planned on going above the gray fog to check the surroundings before entering a deep slumber to recover his energy. However, he ended up encountering Amon's ambush and was parasitized. He had been tormented all the way to the forsaken land of the gods. If not for the perilous situation squeezing his potential, he would have fallen into a deep slumber or showed signs of losing control. If not for him being in a perilous situation that had squeezed his potential, he of God. He believed that Amon would satisfy his request. This was because the more he tried his best to escape, the more it satisfied the god of mischief's desire to seek pleasure. "All right." Amon's monocle turned slightly and said to the side of the hill, "There's a place to rest there. We'll be there soon. Of course, I don't mind if you want to sleep in the wilderness. I just feel that you humans might prefer a place that provides a sense of security. Let's go there." Klein wanted to directly control the lantern's flames to complete the leap, but his dried-up spirituality stopped him. He could only follow Amon and rely on his feet to move forward. On the way, Klein said to Amon with the mentality of asking more questions to understand more, "That's right. Why don't you steal the distance and reach the destination directly?" Amon turned his head and glanced at Klein with his right eye wearing a crystal monocle. The corners of his mouth curled up. "I'm not the one who wants to rest." Klein shut his mouth and quietly walked forward. After about a dozen flashes of lightning, Amon raised his hand and pointed diagonally ahead. "We're here." In the shadow of the hill less than 100 meters away, there were a few half-built buildings that resembled steeples. The surrounding ground protruded with more than 10 gigantic stone pillars that were only as tall as Klein's knees. A small amount of weeds grew out from the gaps between them, their tips dark red like blood. Was there someone living here in the past? Klein rubbed his temples and asked. Amon used the second joint of his right index finger to press against the edge of the monocle and said with a smile, This was originally a very large city. This was originally a very large city. When the cataclysm came, the earth split open and the entire city was swallowed up. This is the only proof that it once existed. The destruction of civilization. Such a thought suddenly surfaced in Klein's mind as he sped up and arrived at his destination amid the strange weeds. After entering a half-collapsed building, Klein instinctively surveyed the area and observed the place. On the grayish-white stone walls that had cracks on them, there were murals that had been eroded by time for thousands of years. They had long become blurry, and one could only vaguely tell that the people of this city took pride in entering heaven after death. Klein adjusted his breathing and threw away the leather lantern in his hand. He leaned against a thick stone pillar and forcefully visualized stacked spheres of light. He didn't care about the dangers of sleeping in such an environment in such a place. Let the danger be more intense. Before falling asleep, Klein shouted inwardly. Amon, who was wearing a classic mage robe, glanced at him and casually sat beside him before snapping his fingers. In the leather lantern, the candle that was about to burn out stopped melting, but the dim yellow light continued to radiate. Could only last for a few more minutes, but it seemed like it could last for a few hours or even a few days. It was like a mistake that went against the laws of nature. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Klein finally recovered his energy and woke up to Miss Magician's prayers. With regards to this, he temporarily couldn't respond. He closed his eyes and pretended that he was still in a dream. Without being in a deep, parasitic state, Amon shouldn't be able to monitor my thoughts. He can only tell if my current thoughts are harmful to him. Klein's heart stirred as he quietly summoned the grayish-white fog. From the historical void, he borrowed a state from his past self. It wasn't a state that directly targeted his escape. That was the state he was in when his mind island was invaded by Vin Rambus. This attempt wasn't stopped or stolen. With this state and his unique ability to remain lucid in a dream and mind world that had been invaded, Klein split off a portion of his self-awareness. He stayed in the spirituality sky and calmly looked down at the island of consciousness. He began to examine his mind to see if there were any abnormal or parasitic thoughts in it. After a series of strict analysis, Klein confirmed that there was nothing wrong with his mind world. In other words, even if Amon still had a worm of time in his body, it was a shallow parasitic that couldn't monitor his thoughts. After finding such a safe zone, Klein could finally release his suppressed thoughts. He analyzed his current encounter and considered how to save himself. Amon is the god of mischief and also the god of deceit. It's impossible for he to play this game purely for pleasure. If he really wants to do so, he can wait until he rendezvous with his true body and steal my fate. He will obtain Sapphira Castle before making an attempt. That way, even if an accident happens, his main goal would have been achieved. He wouldn't have lost anything. What's his hidden goal in this matter? If I can grasp the crux of the matter, I might be able to find a true chance of survival. Also, after he recited the luck enhancement ritual's incantation in Chinese, he was actually indifferent to this special language and didn't ask any questions. This doesn't match the curiosity he showed. When he said the word bug after that, was he doing it on purpose to test what I would associate with it? However, he didn't steal my thoughts. No, if an entire set of thoughts that have nothing to do with what happened before and after have been stolen, I wouldn't have been able to discover it. Klein recalled the situation back then and confirmed that his thoughts hadn't been stolen based on the logical connection between his thoughts. And this made him confirm one thing. That was, in a deep, parasitic state, Amon could directly monitor his thoughts. There was no need to steal them. Amon acted as though he had to first detect harmful thoughts before he could control him. It was a fraud. I knew it. The deep level of parasitism I previously experienced seems a little different from what Pallas described. According to this inference, Amon should have heard all my thoughts along the way, including Earth, my fellow countrymen, and the education of children. How terrifying, thankfully, when plotting to sabotage George III's advancement ritual, I had foreseen the situation of being parasitized by Amon in a perilous situation. Half of my thoughts were an instinctive reaction, and the other half was a deliberate indulgence. This way, I've revealed my secret and won Amon's trust, while hiding the most critical and core matters. Just like now, he definitely knows that I plan on obtaining more historical secrets from him, so as to quickly digest the scholar of your potion. However, he doesn't know that I'm not far from completely digesting him. I'm just 2 or 3 steps away, or an opportunity. Amon deliberately removed the parasitism and played such a game. Could it be that he had once heard of Earth from the ancient sun god and had come into contact with a certain secret? He plans on using self-preservation to force me to help him complete something that he can't do? If that's the case, something will definitely happen next. Yes, I have to act as though I haven't noticed this and plan to escape normally. After I adjust my body's state, I'll make the first attempt. After sleeping for a while, Klein opened his eyes. Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, sat beside him and smiled at him. Have you thought it through? When do we begin? He acted like Klein's accomplice, not a target to escape from. Chapter 1187. Klein pressed down on the grayish-white wall and slowly sat up straight. He smiled and shook his head. Before filling my stomach, my brain refuses to work. This was both the truth and a lie. This was because before becoming a complete mythical creature, saints would still be hungry and thirsty. However, to a sequence 3 demigod, not replenishing food and water for half a month was still bearable. As for complete mythical creatures, eating was only a hobby, not a necessity. What Klein wanted to express was that before he officially began his escape, he needed to adjust his condition to its peak. The habits of a magician, Amon commented with a smile. I'm not in charge of providing food, but you can think of a way to resolve it yourself. Klein looked at the leather lantern on the ground and thought for a few seconds. He then reached out his right hand and grabbed at the void. A coffee table that wasn't too tall immediately appeared in front of him. It was an item from Don Dantes' residence. In the dim yellow light, Klein extended his hand again and summoned. He took out an exquisitely packaged box from the historical void. Inside the box was a complete set of cutlery, including a knife, fork, plate, and cup. The reason why Klein chose this item was that he couldn't summon different cutlery separately into a set. He could only maintain 3 historical void projections at the same time. After calmly setting up the cutlery, Klein politely turned his head and nodded at Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat. Following that, he summoned a medium-well steak with black pepper sauce from the historical void. It landed on a porcelain plate and emitted some steam. As the table knife sliced it, it revealed the side that still had hemoglobin on it. Klein forked a piece of beef and stuffed it into his mouth. He felt that the texture was real and the taste was wonderful. It wasn't fake at all. It had truly soothed the anxiety in his stomach. For 15 minutes, not only will I not be hungry, but I'll also receive real replenishment. After swallowing the piece of beef, Klein introduced it to Amon with a smile. He was like a hospitable host, not a pitiful beyonder who had been kidnapped. Amon nudged the lower edge of his crystal monocle and nodded with a smile. I've tried it. It's not bad. You've adjusted very quickly. Are you really not going to consider becoming my blessed? Klein cut off another piece of beef. As he forked it up, he replied as if he was chatting with a friend. Just kill me. At this moment, frequent lightning and boundless darkness alternately ruled the land. In the places where the light could not reach, eyes without any emotion stared at this place. The dark red twisted weeds at the tips danced gently in the breeze from time to time. Inside the half-collapsed building, the dim yellow light cast warm colors on the artsy coffee table and exquisite tableware. The aroma of frying steak permeated the air, which was the complete opposite of the outside environment where there was almost no separation. Under the gaze of the terrifying monsters in the darkness, Klein gracefully enjoyed his meal in this desolate and gray land that was brewing great terror. After eating the steak, he summoned a small glass of ice wine from Mager Manor and drank it in one gulp. Following that, cream soup, pan-fried codfish, tender lamb stewed with peas, baked potato skins, and all kinds of wine were summoned one after another and entered Klein's stomach. During this process, the first steak that he ate had exceeded its duration and disappeared into thin air. However, Klein's stomach and body were numbed by the subsequent food, so he didn't notice it. Of course, the coffee table and tableware were replenished, otherwise it wouldn't have lasted until the end. At the end of the meal, Klein continued reaching out and took out a cup from the void. Inside was a ball of vanilla ice cream. Klein then scooped the ice cream with a dessert spoon and stuffed it into his mouth, feeling its melting and sweetness. After eating one ball, he wasn't satisfied as he summoned another ball from the historical void. Just like that, Klein ate 5 balls of different flavors of ice cream in a row. When Klein reached out his hand for the 6th time, Amon, who was sitting beside him, suddenly smiled. "Your fate has undergone an abnormal change. You're already lucky enough. Is this what you're prepared for?" Klein's extended right hand immediately froze in midair as his pupils seemed to dilate to a certain extent. Almost at the same time, in the surrounding darkness where the lantern's light couldn't reach, strange creatures twitched and instantly became Klein's marionettes. This time, Klein sent out 100 worms of spirit in one go, hoping that one of them would be lucky enough to avoid Amon's theft. Right on the heels of that, behind the coffee table, the figure in the black coat without a hat was replaced by an extremely disgusting vampire with pus oozing out of his body. The very artistic coffee table and the exquisite tableware were like glass that had been smashed on the ground, and countless cracks appeared on them, and they shattered into pieces. They quickly returned to the historical void to prevent themselves from affecting Klein's subsequent summoning. In the next second, the 100 marionettes and Klein, who had hidden somewhere, reached out their hands and grabbed at the void to avoid Amon's interference. At that moment they were all scholars of yore. This was an ability that originated from a bizarro sorcerer, the source of a seer's qualitative change. Of course, the success rate of every marionette's summoning was independent. It didn't affect each other. At that moment, what Klein wanted to summon was the projection of Miss Messenger Rionette Tinker when she recovered to her peak state in the Tudor ruins. Due to the contract and charms, this was the easiest angel projection for him to summon from the historical void. Amon continued sitting leisurely in his spot. His monocle emitted a faint glow as he watched the 101 Klein summons at the same time. Their right hands reached out in unison before retracting. Klein and his 100 marionettes didn't succeed in pulling Rionette Tinker out of the void. At that moment, Amon raised his right hand and grabbed forward. He lowered his arm slightly and casually pulled back. Outside the half-collapsed building, a gigantic, castle-like doll dressed in a dark and complicated dress appeared. It was bound by vines. Ancient Bane, Rionette Tinker. Amon had stolen the historical void projection that Klein had summoned. Rionette Tinker's red eyes immediately reflected the figures of Klein's 100 marionette. Silently, the marionettes that looked like Klein or were in monstrous states emitted a faint glow as they turned into horned goats, white rabbits, and other animals. Shape-shifting curse. Klein's true body had long vanished as he walked out of the flames produced by the leather lantern. Glancing at the various animals that might be called his own, he suddenly sat down again and chuckled. He chuckled and said, "Taking a stroll after a meal can effectively improve one's health." He didn't mention anything about his attempt to escape, as though nothing had happened. Amon maintained his relaxed posture and nodded cooperatively with him, with a smile. "I've read many books written by humans. There is indeed such a point of view." With that said, he raised his hand and pointed at Rionette Tinker's projection. "This is your messenger?" This was something that could be easily confirmed, so Klein didn't hide it. He tersely acknowledged and nodded. What a pity! Amon sized up Rionette Tinker's projection and shook his head. As Klein felt the food in his stomach vanish, he asked, What's a pity? What's a pity? I should have brought you to Bakeland to wait a few more days. That way, I could have waited for your messenger to deliver a letter to you. Then, he would have become my messenger. Amon nudged his right monocle and said with a smile, Stealing an angel-level messenger is very challenging and fun, isn't it? Life always needs some fun, excitement, and anticipation. I think so too, Klein sincerely replied to Amon. What a pity! Amon shook his head again. Evernight is someone I have to be careful of. If he were to stay any longer, I don't know what would happen. As he spoke, the Angel of Time dispelled the historical void projection of Rionette Tinker, allowing him to vanish in front of Klein. You seem to be very afraid of the goddess? Klein pretended to speak like a devout believer of the Evernight goddess. Of course, there was no need for him to pretend. He was still a blessed of Evernight. Amon's gaze shifted to the leather lantern in the half-collapsed building. He looked at the dim yellow light and said, Looking at the dim yellow light, he said, I'm unable to steal what I want to know from the concealment. I can't decipher what other arrangements she has or what the key point is. To a king of angels of the Marauder pathway, this was enough reason to be afraid. Taking the opportunity while Amon was answering the question, Klein suddenly chanted the honorific name of the Evernight goddess in Jotun. You are the Evernight goddess who is more noble than the cosmos and more eternal than eternity. Just as he said that, he lost his thoughts. If not for the fact that he had such plans previously, he wouldn't have known that he had made such an attempt. Amon turned to look at him and smiled. Are you trying to test whether or not I'll repeat your thoughts and words in my heart after I steal them? As long as you become a Sequence 4 parasite, you will be able to control the things you steal and make them appear at the right time. Is that so? Klein nodded slightly. Thank you. As he spoke, Klein quickly summarized the experience and lessons he had learned from his escape. Due to the existence of the contract and the affiliation relationship, summoning Miss Messenger is the easiest among all the angels I know. Summoning Ice Cream from the past can establish a subtle connection with him, who represents fate and obtain the blessings of luck. Yes, every ball of ice cream represents a portion of luck. I originally planned on using the summoning of ice cream as a cover to secretly summon the Snake of Fate. After that, I have to interfere with the summoning first. Otherwise, Amon can directly steal the historical void projection I summoned. After spending so much effort, I ended up giving him a helper. Just as Klein's thoughts raced, Amon pointed at the pile of animals that had suffered the transformation curse and revealed a slightly nasty smile. Weren't you worried that there wasn't any suitable food in the forsaken land of the gods? Now that there is, as long as the curse isn't removed, they will be real animals. Klein was taken aback as he suddenly looked at the goats and white rabbits. With a thought from him, the animals cast their gazes at him at the same time. In a sense, this was Klein himself. After all, they were cursed after the combination of worms of spirit and monsters. Divine King of the Nine Heavens. Chapter 1188. After silently staring at the goats and rabbits for more than 10 seconds, Klein closed his eyes and flicked his right index and middle finger as though he was pressing an invisible piano key. About a third of the marionettes suddenly collapsed, losing the feeling of being alive. Klein's expression immediately warped as though he had been struck 33 times with a greatsword. The familiar and extreme pain swept through his spirit body, causing faint, light-colored granules to appear on the surface of his body. Every granule seemed to be gestating a transparent maggot. This was the backlash from killing 33 worms of spirit at once. After recovering for nearly 15 minutes, Klein began his second attempt to kill the other one-third of his marionette. The same pain, the same rest, and the same actions repeated themselves. Klein finally finished off this batch of cursed marionette. He couldn't do it all at once because the damage from 100 worms of spirit dying at the same time was enough to push him close to losing control. And being cursed meant that he couldn't directly resolve the problem by retrieving the characteristic. Of course, this was the standard of a scholar of yore who had just advanced not long ago, and not the performance of a scholar of yore who was about to finish digesting the potion. In fact, losing 100 worms of spirit at once only increased Klein's pain, but it didn't cause him to show any signs of losing control. It didn't affect his combat. He was only acting, allowing his performance to match the corresponding position. At his level, losing more than half of the worms of spirit at the same time was a possibility of losing control. After he completely digested the scholar of your potion, he would be able to recover from losing nearly 500 worms of spirit at once. Even if the corresponding Beyonder characteristics were all lost and didn't return, he wouldn't drop in level or level. He could slowly recover his strength by absorbing the Beyonder characteristics of the seer pathway. After completing this matter, Klein, who had calmed down, walked out of the half-collapsed tower and went into the darkness outside to bring back a few white rabbits and a goat. Only now did he realize that the darkness of the forsaken land of the gods was not as dangerous as Little Sun had described. Most of the monsters were very weak. No, to be precise, apart from making people evaporate into thin air, the dangers hidden in the depths of the darkness can't compare to this fellow named Amon beside me. Klein swept his gaze at the thin man who was sitting near the leather lantern and smiling at him. He summoned boiling water and other items from the historical void, squatted down, and seriously dealt with the white rabbit and goat's fur and flesh. After busying himself, Klein started a bonfire and set up a grill that originated from history. He placed a white rabbit on it and brushed it with basil, fennel, salt, and other ingredients that came from the seasoning set. He kept flipping it. At this time, the historical delicacies that he had eaten before had already disappeared because he did not maintain them. His body and soul were calling out for replenishment. An alluring fragrance gradually spread out. Amon's nose twitched slightly. "You really want to eat it?" Without waiting for Klein's reply, the god of mischief continued, "That's right. In essence, they are the flesh and blood of monsters and your worms of spirit. Are you sure you want to eat them? There's no way to remove a transformation curse at the level of an angel without the right method to resist it at the same level. Since something looks like a rabbit, smells like a rabbit, and tastes like a rabbit, it's a rabbit." As Klein seriously roasted the rabbit, he gave a self-deprecating laugh. "Besides, if I want to escape from your hands, how can I not be in my best state? For this slim hope, I can only challenge my psychological endurance. This is called enduring humiliation to carry out an important mission," Klein silently added in his heart. At the same time, he sighed at the ancient Bane's transformation curse. This is many times stronger than a similar curse from a sequence 3 disciple of silence. There's almost no upper limit to the amount of time it can be maintained. Clearly, after ordinary animals become my marionettes, they can use all my Beyonder powers through the worms of spirit, but a marionette that suffers a transformation curse can't. This is a curse at the level of an angel. Apart from resisting it at the same level, there's also the right method to remove it. No curse is absolutely unresolvable. They all have loopholes. Heh, will kissing this rabbit make it turn back into a German sparrow? Klein adjusted his mental state in a self-deprecating and analytical manner. After hearing his answer, the monocle-wearing Amon smiled and nodded. "Very good. That's indeed the realization I should have." Klein didn't respond as he continued his barbecue business. Not long after, with the help of his flame-controlling ability, he roasted a rabbit and a lamb leg. Taking advantage of the fact that the spices had yet to disappear, he used the sweet iced tea he summoned from the historical void to eat it. The fragrance lingered in his mouth as his body and mind relaxed. This effectively alleviated the depression, despair, and hesitation from being kidnapped by Amon. During this process, Klein would occasionally think of the disgusting looks of the monsters, as well as the fact that the worms of spirit were equivalent to him. However, he managed to control his feelings very well. After filling his stomach and recovering his energy, Klein turned the remaining ingredients by the fire into rations, as though he was accumulating food for his subsequent journey. As he watched him slowly but methodically make all sorts of preparations, Amon suddenly nudged his monocle and curled the corners of his lips. "Actually, you're stalling for time in an attempt to extend the journey to the real destination, right?" Klein's hands paused for a moment before returning to normal. He smiled. "That's right, I'm waiting for a helper. Who do you think it will be?" Amon didn't answer directly as he smiled. "I'm looking forward to it." Klein continued his work until he prepared enough rations for 3 to 4 meals. He thought for a moment and once again reached his hand into the void in front of Amon. He failed again and again, trying again and again. It was unknown what he was trying to summon. It was as though he was using his actions to tell Amon if he had the guts to steal it. Amon looked at it for a few seconds before smiling and shaking his head. He slowly stood up and walked out of the half-collapsed tower-like building. Klein's right hand stopped in midair before he retracted it and pinched his forehead. He muttered to himself in puzzlement, "What did I want to do just now?" Amidst his memories, Klein stood up, brought the packed rations, and walked to Amon's side with a leather lantern. The man and angel circled around the hill and entered a river valley. The water here flowed, but when the dim yellow light from the lantern shone over, and when the lightning in the sky lit up the area, Klein realized that there was no water in the riverbed at all. The sound he had heard had vanished as well. A river that has been turned into a concealed state? After some deliberation, Klein asked Amon without minding it. "Yes, it will only appear in the darkness without any light." Amon nodded slightly and replied indifferently. "Can I drink it?" Klein pressed. Amon smiled and said, "Yes." This was once one of the water sources of a city that had persisted in the darkness for 1,600 years. As long as the water can be brought away from the riverbed, it can appear in places with light. Your next step is to suggest that I wait by the side with the lantern and replenish my water in the darkness? Then, take this opportunity to transform into a concealed state? Klein smiled awkwardly. "How can I use such a simple and easy method?" Amon chuckled when he heard that. He stroked his monocle and said, "Sometimes the simplest plan is the most effective. Sometimes the simplest plan is the most effective. You can give it a try." Klein didn't dare to believe the words of a top-notch swindler, but he didn't dare to disbelieve them either. He was afraid that the swindler was saying the exact opposite. He could only put the matter of the water aside and asked, "What's the matter? In the forsaken land of the gods, how many human settlements are there like the city of silver that have yet to be destroyed?" Amon stared ahead, his expression unchanged. "I don't know more than 10. In this aspect, the city of silver is lucky. At least they can see and have the ability to touch the dawn. This means that the city of silver is close to the giant king's court, the forsaken land of the gods. There's no need to risk their lives to reach it. As for the other cities, no matter how hard they defend in the darkness or how many exploration teams they send out, it would be a futile struggle. It's impossible for them to find the exit? Indeed, from this point of view, silver is unfortunate and lucky. It all depends on which side it's compared to." Klein held the leather lantern and walked along the riverbank as he began to think of a second escape plan. Amon walked beside him, occasionally providing him with methods that looked reliable but had unknown effects. He acted as if he had schizophrenia and was trying his best to destroy his main body's hopes of obtaining Sapphira Castle. In the city of silver on the other side of the giant king's court, Derek Berg accepted the chief's summon and took the unshadowed crucifix to the top of the spire before entering a spacious room. A mysterious and complicated altar had been set up here. Different items were placed in different spots. There were a total of 6 items, all of which emitted a dangerous aura. Derek swept his gaze over and saw an ordinary silver flute, a mask made of a skull, and the remains of a shapeshifter. You have the unshadowed crucifix. You can stay here for 15 minutes, but you can't exceed that. Otherwise, you will suddenly die, Colin Iliad, who was wearing a linen shirt and a brown coat, exhorted Derek. Derek's spiritual perception was triggered as he asked, "Your Excellency, is this because of the Twilight Mask?" His right hand pointed at the mask made of a skull at the same time. "Yes." Colin nodded slightly and said, "I've already prepared the remains of 6 powerful creatures. They were all hunted by me alone or as part of the main force." Derek immediately came to a realization. "You're still lacking the blessings of a deity?" Colin fell silent. After more than 10 seconds, he opened his mouth and slowly said, "Yes." After a period of hesitation and struggle, he finally chose the Fool. At the very least, those mushrooms really brought hope to the City of Silver. After a period of hesitation and struggle, he finally chose the Fool. Derek held back his joy and recalled the exchange at the Tarot Club. He raised a question in puzzlement. He asked in puzzlement, "Why don't you let those 2 god-level sealed artifacts give their blessings?" He remembered that subsidiary gods, which were angels, could satisfy the requirements of the ritual. It wasn't necessary for a sequence 0 true deity to provide blessings. After all, the Silver Knight was only a sequence 3. Colin fell silent again and hesitated for a few seconds. "They won't give blessings." 9 Heaven's Divine King. Chapter 1189. They won't give blessings. Derek was a little confused by this answer and couldn't quite understand it. At the afternoon town camp, when he handed the Silver Knight potion formula to Chief Colin Iliad, the other party had praised him for his great contribution. He believed that the upper limit of the City of Silver would no longer be Sequence 4. Furthermore, his words didn't reveal any intention of seeking external blessings. Therefore, Derek had always believed that the chief could use 2 god-level sealed artifacts to complete the Silver Knight advancement ritual by himself. He couldn't help but be a little surprised. Back then, the chief didn't know that the 2 god-level sealed artifacts wouldn't give blessings. Only when he returned to the City of Silver did he realize this problem. Derek subconsciously made a guess and didn't ask further. He nodded heavily and said, "All right. I'll work hard to help you seek the blessings of a deity." Demon Hunter Colin exhaled silently and pointed at the door. "There's no one in the room opposite." Derek then turned around, passed through the door, passed through the corridor, and entered the half-open room. Then, he found a spot to sit down and recited softly, "The fool that doesn't belong to this era, the mysterious ruler above the gray fog, the king of yellow and black who wields good luck inside Sapphira Castle, hidden in the gray fog, the crimson star representing sun rapidly expanded and shrank. It constantly repeated this process, producing rings of light that contained prayers. And not far away, the crimson star representing the magicians remained in a similar state due to the fool's lack of response. The halos, ripples, and tremors created by the 2 gradually intertwined and overlapped, becoming more and more intense. Under the illumination of the bolts of lightning, Klein, who was walking through the valley with a leather lantern in hand, suddenly felt the illusory pleas become noisier, more chaotic, and louder. However, Klein realized that he could hear it a little clearer. Not only could he tell that the pleas came from a woman and a man, but he could also vaguely grasp the content. The woman seemed to mention world and Bakeland, while the man used Jotun, and the keyword seemed to be a ritual. Ritual Jotun. This is Little Sun's side. That chief wishes to receive Mr. Fool's blessings? Mr. Fool also wants to give his blessings now. The woman might be Miss Magicians, but I can't rule out Miss Justice. Klein twitched the corners of his mouth awkwardly as he turned to look at Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat and a monocle. Can I go to Sapphira Castle to respond to the prayers? What do you think? Amon was startled for a moment before he asked in amusement. Since you want to play such a game, why not make it more exciting? In fact, Klein didn't have any hope for the request. This was because as long as he could return to Sapphira Castle, he could use the power there to escape his predicament. This was equivalent to getting Amon to release him. The reason why he brought this up was because he wanted to start the next topic. Amon nudged the crystal monocle with his knuckles and chuckled. As the god of mischief, I've lived since the third epoch. I think you know very well what that means. Yes, what do you want to ask? This is an accurate grasp of my state of mind and thoughts. Klein sighed inwardly and asked, What's going on? Why did you parasitize the City of Silver's exploration team back then, and why did you patiently stay in the dungeon for decades? Amon nodded and replied in a relaxed manner. Back then, I had a premonition that I would obtain extremely important information in the City of Silver. Now, this prophecy has come true, right, Mr. Fool? He did all those things just to wait for Tarot to wait for me? From the looks of it, this Marauder Pathway's King of Angels can see the disturbances caused by Sapphira Castle to a certain extent. Klein never expected the answer to be this, and he was momentarily at a loss for words. After about 10 seconds, he sighed and said, That's right. You're really patient. A king of angels who liked to play pranks was actually able to hide in a dark dungeon that had no fun for decades. This has nothing to do with patience. It didn't take me too much time, Amon replied casually. I'm still used to using human standards to measure deities. To Amon, who was born a complete mythical creature, a few decades is nothing. His true age might even exceed 3,000 years. Klein adjusted his understanding and asked again, The City of Silver should be one of the few places that still believes in your father. The City of Silver should be one of the few places that still believes in your father. Wasn't what you did to that expedition team too much? This question didn't seem necessary, but Klein believed that it would help him understand Amon's views and style of doing things. He wanted to see if there was anything he could use. Amon turned his head and glanced at him with his monocle-wearing right eye. He smiled nonchalantly. If it wasn't for them still believing in my father, the City of Silver would already be a ruin. According to my observations, they're hiding quite a big secret. As for what it is, I haven't had the time to pry because of the hanging man and your gaze. He's really a natural mythical creature. The deaths of a few humans are probably equivalent to stepping on a few ants to him. He wouldn't take it to heart at all. The City of Silver actually hides a secret that even Amon feels isn't trivial. What could it be? Klein thoughtfully changed the topic. Was Dark Angel Sasra really created by your father using one of his ribs? This was something Klein had wanted to ask along the way, but he hadn't found a chance to do so. The smile on Amon's face dimmed significantly as he looked into the deep darkness ahead of him. Yes, he separated a portion of his characteristics from the corresponding negative personality and used his rib as material to create Dark Angel Sasra. If not for that, how could an arrogant fellow like Medici submit to the so-called left hand of God, the deputy of heaven? If not for Sasra's betrayal, involvement, and influence, even if Evernight, Earth, the god of combat, and the other kings of angels joined forces, it would be impossible for my father to perish. Indeed, Dark Angel Sasra is the most important point. It's no wonder the goddess tried to bewitch him from the beginning. Who would have thought that he would betray himself? Klein's guess about the Battle of Gods had received a preliminary confirmation. He felt that the scholar of your potion had been digested a little more. He deliberately hesitated for a moment before raising a guess. Could your father have foreseen such a development? Dark Angel Sasra is also a key part of his resurrection? Amon suddenly laughed. You're asking so many questions because you want to further digest the scholar of your potion, right? Klein pretended to break out into a cold sweat as he quickly adjusted his state of mind. I'm just curious. What are you searching for and pursuing in the forsaken land of the gods? There aren't any Marauder pathway sequence, one Beyonder characteristics, or Sapphira Castle that you lack. Attempting to resurrect your father? Amon maintained the smile on his face and looked ahead. Yes and no. That paranoid brother of mine is already very close to resurrecting my father. He probably doesn't need my help anymore. Adam really wants to resurrect the ancient god of the sun? I thought he was purely trying to achieve Sequence 0. Klein didn't hide the name of the Twilight Hermit Order's leader. He was even looking forward to Adam beating up his brother. Of course, beating up wasn't in line with the style of a king of angels of the spectator pathway. There's no need to say his name. He doesn't care about my matters, and I won't care about his matters either. I don't call him Adam purely because I feel that the nickname Paranoid suits him. I have to say that Medici is very talented at coming up with nicknames. Also, even if I say his name, he won't be able to hear it if I don't want him to hear it. At this moment, Amon, who was wearing a pointed hat, exposed Klein's thoughts with a smile. Following that, Klein didn't mention the Dark Angel again, because Amon clearly wouldn't answer. Before long, the man and angel walked out of the river valley and saw a dead city. Most of the buildings in the city had collapsed, and the rest had pointed tops, as though they were a tower that led to heaven. There were dark red vine-like plants growing on their surface, bearing fruits that were unknown whether they could be eaten or not. After entering the city, Klein discovered that there was a sarcophagus in front of every house. Inside lay either white bones or rotting corpses. What they had in common was that they were extremely deformed. Some had 4 legs, some had a crack in the middle of their eyebrows, some lacked skin, revealing flesh and blood. Some had arms wrapped around their necks like tails. This was originally a city that believed in the phoenix. Later, it converted to my father, but it retained some customs related to death. Wearing a monocle, Amon looked around casually. After the cataclysm, they were left in the forsaken land of the god. There were no edible, normal plants around, so they could only feed on the contaminated monsters. Generation after generation, all of them developed physical abnormalities and mental disorders. Then, they were completely destroyed. The cataclysm brought about by the goddess's assassination of the City of Silver's creator is really a calamity for civilization. Before that, this land had elven civilizations, giant civilizations, phoenix civilizations, and so on. After that, there were only some traces left. Klein thought of the city that had been engulfed by the land and sighed. In history books and in mysticism, that period of history was called the Great Cataclysm. It was indeed very appropriate. He thought for a moment and said, "Why do we have to enter this city instead of going around it?" Amon smiled. In the second epoch, apart from controlling the death pathway, Phoenix Ancestor also occupied a portion of the apprentice pathway. Some of the arrangements here can become loopholes that I can use to shorten our journey to our final destination. Klein's expression darkened. P.S. Asking for recommendation votes and monthly votes on Monday. Chapter 1190. City of Silver, Top of the Spire. Derek Berg waited for quite a while, but Mr. Fool didn't respond. This caused him to panic. He didn't understand what this meant, nor did he know how to deal with it. Mr. Fool is in a state where he can't respond to prayers? 2 days ago, we were informed that the gathering next week was cancelled. This should be a sign. Remembering what had happened before, Derek forced himself to calm the anxiety and nervousness in his heart. He couldn't be blamed for having such a huge reaction, because a similar situation was recorded in the textbooks of the City of Silver. One day, the Creator, who normally responded to his believers, suddenly stopped responding and abandoned this land. After a few seconds of silence, Derek stood up and returned to the chief's room. "We still need to wait for a few more days." "Wait." Colin repeated the keyword and frowned slightly. In his eyes, this was an unusual matter, and it seemed to symbolize a bad development. He resisted the urge to scratch the back of his head, and nodded with some difficulty. Yes. The grizzled Colin Iliad stared at him for a few seconds and slowly nodded. All right, you can go back first. City of Silver, East Borough, in a 2-bedroom rental apartment. Furs, who was wrapped in thick clothes, paced back and forth around the warm stove, her face full of doubt. Finally, she turned her head and looked at Zio. Why hasn't Mr. World replied to me? Maybe he's caught up in something. Zio gave the reason she had long thought of. Perhaps it's inconvenient for Mr. Fool to convey your prayers at the moment, so he's put the gathering on hold. Furs nodded thoughtfully. Mr. Fool informed us that the gathering will be suspended next week. It's temporary and was only decided in the middle of the week. Is this related to George III? Thinking back to Mr. World's constant investigations, Zio tersely acknowledged and said, Yes. Very likely. In the forsaken land of the gods, within the deathly silent city. Amon, who was wearing a classic black robe, led Klein into a relatively intact church. The stone pillars here were tilted, and a few of them were broken. Dark red weeds grew out from the gaps at the top, entangling the bird relief. With the leather lantern in hand, Klein surveyed the area and confirmed that the residents of the city hadn't really died. There were still a small number of survivors. It was unknown what method they had used to transform into monsters from the depths of the darkness. They were avoiding the dim yellow light and surrounding the cathedral in places where they couldn't be seen. They wanted to attack Klein and Amon, two seemingly normal humans. The reason why Klein was able to confirm that the monsters were originally residents of this city was because their spirit body threads had a certain degree of abnormality. They were either grayish-white, distorted, or partially stuck together. They were completely different from the monsters in other places, and the feeling they gave off was closer to the corpses inside the sarcophagus. I wonder what kind of despair and breakdown made the remaining humans choose such a path. Perhaps the deepest despair is not seeing hope every day. Furthermore, the situation around me is worsening. Klein sighed as he adjusted his state of mind. He was experiencing repeated instances of hope and despair. Wearing a monocle, Amon walked at the edge of the light and went all the way to the deepest part of the cathedral. As Klein approached, he saw a door covered in a faint white glow. This city is actually split into 2 parts, light and dark. They used certain powers of the apprentice pathway to hide a portion of the area. One can only enter through a specific door. Amon raised his hand and pointed ahead. The powers of a secret sorcerer? Klein nodded in enlightenment, indicating that he had a rough idea of what was going on. Amon then said, Behind this door is the dark side of this city. Behind this door is the dark side of this city, and I can use it to connect to similar areas further away, directly arriving there, and shorten our journey. As expected of the embodiment of a loophole, Klein looked at Amon as he stretched out his left hand and pressed down on the door formed from a faint white glow. The light began to ripple as it rapidly spread out in all directions. It became more and more intense. At this moment, a deformed monster that was hiding in the darkness and spying on the cathedral suddenly trembled and became Klein's marionette. 20 to 30 seconds ago, Klein had already completed his initial control over it and deepened his influence. However, it was only now that he had completely transformed it. Right on the heels of that, Klein and the marionette reached out their hands at the same time. Taking advantage of the opportunity when Amon changed the direction of the door, they each grabbed an item. In Klein's hand was the scarlet lunar corona, which was shaped like a full moon and embedded with a crimson gem. In the marionette's palm was the ancient brass master key. At the same time, they opened their mouths and let out a bang. They used air cannons to push the scarlet lunar corona and master key towards Amon, towards the faint white door. The combination of these 2 items allowed people to hear Mr. Door's cries for help. In other words, it allowed Mr. Door's powers to infiltrate the real world to a limited extent. And this was the controller of all the doors. He was one of the existences that didn't wish to see Amon become an error and control Sapphira Castle. Klein didn't have any extravagant hopes that Mr. Door, who was in a sealed state, could really harm Amon. He only hoped that he could use this opportunity to interfere with the Angel of Time and create enough time for him to make other preparations. Of course, if Mr. Door could cause an anomaly in the door and expand or distort the loophole created by Amon, affecting the Marauder Pathway's King of Angels and sending him far away, Klein would definitely sincerely thank Mr. Door for a week. After the previous attempts, Klein realized what his greatest disadvantage was. It wasn't that he was one sequence lower or that there was a fundamental difference in their levels, but that he had lost the initiative and was unable to make proper preparations. Every time he began preparing, he would be interrupted or destroyed by Amon. To a senior magician, an unprepared performance was often synonymous with failure. If Klein could make preparations ahead of time and quietly summon the historical void projections of Mr. Aztec, Rionette Tinker, and Snake of Fate Will Auceptin, he would definitely be able to create a very good opportunity to escape even if he couldn't finish off Amon's avatar at the Sequence 2 level. At this moment, the scarlet lunar corona that emitted a tranquil glow and the master key that looked simple and unadorned arrived at the door of light. The faint white light that formed the illusory door distorted and devoured the two items. It was dyed crimson as it collapsed into a vortex. The vortex seemed bottomless, like a huge eye. Amon, who was about to turn around, paused slightly when he was stared at by the eye, as though he had heard an old friend's shout. However, such a pause instantly vanished as though it had never appeared. As Amon's gaze shifted to Klein, he instantly lost 6 Beyonder powers. This included controlling spirit body threads, summoning historical void projections, paper figurine substitutes, flame control, underwater breathing, and bone softening. Of course, the marionettes losing these 6 Beyonder powers didn't affect Klein's subsequent actions. That indiscernible pause had allowed Klein to switch places with his marionettes in time. He had already arrived in the depths of the darkness outside the cathedral. The deformed monsters around him trembled and became his marionette. Against targets that weren't even at Sequence 5, it only took Klein 2 to 3 seconds to turn them into marionette. And when he summoned the scarlet lunar corona, he had already begun doing something similar. As Klein enjoyed the darkness without any qualms, attempting to transform into a concealed state or successfully commit suicide, he reached out with his marionettes and grabbed at the fog formed by the intertwining history. This time, he split his marionettes into 3 groups. He summoned Rionette Tinker, Mr. Aztec, and Snake of Fate Will Auceptin respectively. He didn't want it to be stolen by Amon after he succeeded with great difficulty. Under such arrangements, he might have 1 or 2 left. Of course, the premise was that Amon wasn't able to steal multiple historical void projections at once. This point needed to be confirmed by Klein. Klein's true body retracted his hand without grabbing anything. The marionettes who summoned the Snake of Fate all failed. However, 2 of the Scholars of Yore who summoned the Death Consul and Rionette Tinker had their arms tense up slightly. Klein was delighted as he suddenly felt that this attempt might be able to turn into a true escape. At this moment, the crystal monocle Amon was wearing emitted a blazing, turbulent, and terrifying light. The entire city, as well as the surrounding river valleys, hills, and wilderness, were filled with pure, scorching sunlight. After bidding farewell to this place for thousands of years, daytime had descended once again. Amon had returned the daytime. He had stolen from the ruins of the Battle of the Gods. In such a daytime, not only did Klein's body feel like it was about to melt, but his ears also reverberated with the familiar and crazy ravings. They were like steel needles stabbing into every worm of spirit. This made his mind feel an immense pain as the successful summoning of his marionettes failed. The daytime, in the ruins of the Battle of the Gods, contained the ravings of the true Creator. The deformed monsters that were hiding in the depths of the darkness, which were also the few survivors of the city, seemed to temporarily regain their rationality. They stared at the daytime in a daze and couldn't help but narrow their eyes. Then, they crazily charged towards the source of the daytime, and melted into ashes one after another. In the City of Silver's afternoon town camp far away from here, the guards on the stronghold discovered that a brilliance that was different from lightning had appeared in the northeast horizon. It was like the scene of the legendary sun about to rise. This scene only lasted for a few seconds before it shattered, and the horizon returned to darkness. Just as Klein recovered from his ravings, he saw a man in a pointed hat standing in front of him. The Angel of Time stroked his monocle and smiled. "Well done,